Hello.
Hey, hey, hey.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to the Gothtober.
God, she has to make it all about her, didn't she? Jesus Christ.
I'm dramatic.
We're all in various states of cozy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to explain? I feel like Hannah and Lizzie's got some explaining to do. What is your cozy setup?
So we've got 2 bed sheets and fairy lights and then like 1,000 pillows. So this is where we're going to be doing our reading later. We've made a proper pillow port. That's a thing.
Right.
And I say we, I did it. Because I don't know if you know this about me, guys. I'm a rising Virgo, which means I have these like really creative ideas, and then I'm not allowed to let anyone else touch them until I'm ready. So
Literally,
Yes.
I just sat there the entire time, and I was like, I'm not going to touch or offer to help because I know the answer will be no.
Yes.
So I was just like, I'll just do what she wants when she wants me to do it because I don't dare.
I think I asked you to hold 2 cushions. That was it.
Two cushions
and
and
to hold
fairy
the
lights.
yeah.
Yes, I feel you. I have a Virgo moon and no, not a rising, Virgo moon and Virgo sun. So if there's anything that I can do alone, I will in fact do it and not ask for help.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do not know any of those things, so I'm just me.
Like I'm just me. It kills me because I don't understand it fully. I don't know everything, like all the ins and outs of it. I just know that whenever I talk to people about it and I tell them what signs I am, they then give me personality traits for me to take forward in my life, right? And my brother Kieran hates it. So the most Aquarius thing about me is that I keep telling him that I'm an Aquarius.
I don't hear any echoes. Does anybody else hear echoes?
I can't hear any.
Okay.
No. It could
What's
be
your
my
cozy?
laptop though, because not yesterday when I was playing D&D a couple of days ago, my laptop was picking up everyone else's volume as well for some reason. So it could well be me.
Okay. I don't hear it though. What's your cozy setup, Tish?
I'm just in my bed because it's midday, so everyone else is roaming about the house. So I'm like, let me just stay confined to my bed. And I don't plan on leaving it today. So
Oh, very good.
What does me mean to not hate me?
I just have my dressing gown and this new tea that I'm trying, which is really good. It's called Winter Warmer, so it felt appropriate.
That is
And
appropriate.
there's leftover banana bread. I can't really eat anymore because the brunch was like 3 meals in one, but it's still there in case I want to.
That's what we should have got. We should have got banana bread.
Yeah.
I love banana bread.
We did go past quite a few cakes, though. I was quite proud of us.
I was proud of us too.
But we still managed to get a lot.
We
of
went
food.
shopping today, but we went to all like the retail park that had like all the Poundland stores. So it's got like 5 or 6 different ones, like the Home Bargains and Home Buys and all that sort of stuff. And we just kept going in one, buying so much that we then had to put it in the car, then going into the next one, buying so much we had to put it in the car, and then going to the next one. The only place we didn't need to go to the car afterwards was Pets at Home.
Yeah.
That was the only one. But Lizzie very nearly convinced me to get the Morrison's Colin the Caterpillar because they've got a pumpkin spiced one. I was this close.
And it had a little orange pumpkin for a face.
It was
cute.
very cute.
But then the price, we were like, no, we don't like it that much.
Sensible decisions were made, at least at one point.
Yes. I feel like between anything seasonal and anything limited edition, I struggle with because like I don't even need it half the time, but I'm like, it's limited edition. It's never coming back around. Why not? Yeah.
The phrase is treat yourself, not watch a treat pass you by.
This is true.
Although I feel like in our case, it probably should be. Let it go. Let the treat go. You don't need all the treats. And I'm saying that at myself. I'm looking at you, but I'm saying that at myself.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking Waterstone special editions and Lizzie.
Honestly, we're awful. We're so bad. Oh, we like, eh? Actually, it's funny because for the scavenger hunt later, I've made a real point to make sure that every book in it is a hardback, which means quite a few of these are like special editions.
we see more pumpkin spice lovers. I haven't had any pumpkin spice yet. Also, I've been not doing the treating myself thing, so I guess I just need to get out more.
Yeah.
Like how Hannah's just choking on the food.
Well, I was going to say, you're like the one person I know out of all the hosts who actually had a social life this October. Like, you actually went out and met people. And there was a time when, like, oh, sorry, Hannah, I can't do that date because I'm going to be in London seeing my friends.
Okay, that's true. Maybe I just need to spend more money when I'm out on food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe.
I haven't had a social life in so long. Like, the need to like want to leave my house is not very strong at all.
I found ways to socialize from the comfort of my pillow fort. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
There are fireworks going off. The cat is going to love that.
It's all right. I'll just be running back and forth. So if you see a cat tail, it's my cat freaking out because of the fireworks. I don't know where he is.
He'll be in the pillow fort somewhere. He sat on my seat earlier. I was like, I'm one of those people where I'm absolutely a soft touch. If a cat sits somewhere that I was sitting, fine, their seat now. I'll find somewhere else.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about the breakup, but I'm pleased about the huggable bat.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Lizzie also went through a breakup. So we're all feeling
with you.
I want a Squishmallow. They have a bat Squishmallow. Squishmallow? Or whatever you call those. My niece has a ton of them. They cover like her entire bed, but hers are all like pastel colors. And I'm like, that's not going to work for me. But that bat, I will take that.
sorry, I know we always had 7:30. Like anything on my channel, it's always been 7:30, and then it's like 7 today.
Yeah, out of nowhere, we decided to mix it up.
But get those snacks though. Snacks are very important. Oh, I'll agree.
I would agree.
I don't need anything more soft and fluffy in my room. I have too many pillows and
cuddly toys.
Cuddly toys as it is.
Lizzie's got a massive bed, but she sleeps right on the edge of it because there's too many cushions.
Mostly
pillows.
because my cat sleeps in the middle of the bed and then stretches so that I'm hanging off the edge of it.
Because Lizzie is also a soft touch. It's why we get on so well.
Oh, I'm jealous. I want it so bad. I need to. I always kind of forget about it. Like I go out and then I end up buying other things, and then I'm like, oh yeah, Squishmallow.
Oh my gosh, that was true. I lied. Sorry, Emma. I was doing it and my grandma was like, why are you always texting? I was like, I just need to post this because I didn't do it before I left. So yeah, that was, sorry.
I love that.
But yes, we are going to do scavenger hunt and reading sprints and a fun game as well. And I think we're going to be starting with the scavenger hunt. And sorry, I'm getting pulled out for lying.
You tricked us.
I'm so sorry. Yes, so scavenger hunt, I'm handing over to Hannah to run this.
Sweet. So if you didn't see on our Twitter, I don't know how because I shared it like 1,000 times, we were doing a scavenger hunt giveaway. We have so many books to give away. We have 3 copies of Mexican Gothic. We have 3 copies of M is for Monster. We finally have 3 copies of T Apollo Blue, which I did lose until about 20 minutes ago, and then Lizzie found for me. So thank you again for that, publicly thanking you. And we also have 3 copies of The Beautiful Ones by Silvana Garcia to give away as well. So T Apollo Blue, Mexican Gothic, and M is for Monster will be a bundle, and then The Beautiful Ones will also be giveaway. So we have people's names from those who did the scavenger hunt on Twitter, Instagram, and on my Discord, because apparently I have some sneaky folk who really wanted to get involved but didn't have Twitter. So I wanted to just kind of drop it there, which is fine. We're here for that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through each of the prompts, and what we would like the hosts to do is to tell us what books they would put for that prompt. And then if you want to give us some more suggestions in the comments as well, that would be great, because we do tend to carry over prompts into into next year's games and themes and stuff like that as well. And it also helps us to see what kind of books you were reading this month and what books you kind of like to read. So the first prompt, I'm going to do them at random because my stack is in random, and that's where we're going to go with that. The first one I'm going to go for is probably the one I have most questions about. I love that you shuffled closer to your pile.
Bringing it to me. I just am short, Hannah. I don't have enough arm length.
I was under the assumption that I was going to go and hunt for them, so they're not prepared. You'll just see me get up and like run and get them.
Yeah, same here. I might not be in the frame at all.
Yeah, I thought I'd have them prepared so that I was sat here ready, and then I really enjoyed all of that.
Sorry.
That was great. We really should do like a stand-up double act, because I'll just stand there and laugh at you the entire time. It'd be great. Anyway, the first one was the one that I got most questions about because it was so complicated. Yes, I did. You're in the jar. Fear not. I saw it. So the first one's going to be survivor aesthetic. Now, this could have been anything that could have had khaki on it. It could have been like an outdoor setting, or I've gone for gear breakers because these people live kind of hand to mouth and have all their survival gear kind of strapped to them. So any kind of survival aesthetic would work for one of those prompts. So yeah, I will give you a couple of seconds to decide what books you chose, but I went with Gear Breakers. I would absolutely recommend Gear Breakers. It is a YA sci-fi sapphic enemies to lovers. Although they are enemies, they very much have the same moral values. So I believe it a lot more than I believe a lot of enemies to lovers. I also don't massively love sci-fi, but I really enjoyed the kind of Transformers meets mythos in this. That was a good time. Have you read this yet?
No.
Do. You'd love it. So that's the first one. Excellent choice.
Renegades. So
Okay,
my only shelf available is my TBR shelf. So I actually will not have read most of the books that I show you, but they look like they are ready for anything.
Yeah.
I love everything else Marissa Meyer. So I'm very
Kings of the
excited.
Wild.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all that armor.
Have you read Kings of the Wild yet?
No, I started it and then I stopped,
Mm-hmm.
and so
that's fair. Was it a reading mood stop? Was it like I'm not in the mood for this, or was it there was something you didn't like about it, or?
Yeah, no. I was so far. I mean, I didn't get very far because I still have my mark. I was about 30 pages in.
Okay.
And I was like laughing because it was a good time for the first 30 pages. And I don't know, because I would say because it was last year sometime. Mm-hmm. So it was either probably a mood thing or just like a slump thing. Mm-hmm. Where I was like, I need a break from reading or something, because that's probably what it was. And then because it is a little bit bigger, I think it was one of those where I was like, maybe I should start with a small one and then circle back. But yeah, this is on my list to get done like before the year is over.
That's bad. It's a really good time. It's one of the books that I like to recommend for people that are getting back into reading, because even though it's chunky, it reads really quickly. It's very fun. And it's one of those fantasies where something happens in every chapter. So if you take a break from it and come back to it, you don't feel like you've missed loads of stuff because you just kind of jump straight back into it. It has a great D&D vibe. So I love that.
I feel like I was going to like it because it kind of reads similar to like a cheesy action film. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, I feel like I'm really going to like that because those are my bread and butter. I love those.
Yeah. That's a great choice. What'd you go for?
So I misunderstood the question.
Okay.
I'm one of those people that's like, well, okay, now I understand the question. Now I'm gonna have to make what I picked work, and it does work. I don't own this book. I listened to it as an audio, but it's Small Spaces by Catherine Arden, and there is a school bus on the cover, and I feel like on like zombie shows and stuff, a lot of the time they escape on a school bus. So I do think that it fits, and it's a good book.
What did you think survivor aesthetic meant?
I didn't know, Hannah. I thought if they survived.
And you didn't think to ask me?
God, no, that's embarrassing, isn't it? No, but I think it still works, all right? I can still argue my case that it works, and it's a really good middle grade horror series I think everyone should read. It's spooky. I couldn't read one of them by myself because it freaked me out so much. I had to wait until I was driving. So I was like, well, if anything's going to try and kill me, at least I have a car so I can try and kill them. It's a good time, though. And it's middle grade.
We love it. We love middle grade spooks.
Middle grade spooks seem to scare me more than adult spooks. It's crazy.
I think that's fair. I don't know if anyone in the comments has got any Survivor aesthetic ones or if that one was the most difficult. So what I will do is I will jump onto the next one, and then if people want to put next to what they put either Survivor or Romance, which is the next one, I've gone for the Sense and Sensibility Penguin copy, because any opportunity to shout out this, because everyone knows Pride and Prejudice and Emma, I feel like those are the top two, but Sense and Sensibility is so underrated. And I say that as someone who totally sees themselves in the main character. So we love us.
Which one though?
Say that again. Oh, Eleanor,
Which
for sure.
one?
For sure.
I'm Eleanor too, and that is my favorite Austen. So you have good taste.
That's why we're besties. What did you go for?
I went for Anatomy.
You took my eye out.
By Sana Schwartz. I haven't read this, but it felt like it was a romance, and the whole way through that Hannah was reading it, she kept on telling me how much I was going to hate this because it's a romance, but it's also set in the same era that Stalking Jack the Ripper is in, and I love Stalking Jack the Ripper. So if it's got anything like Stalking Jack the Ripper vibes, which I feel like it might.
It doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, anything I'm saying because I haven't read it, but it is a romance. So, and I do want to read it, and I will probably end up hating it. So
it's grave robbing in Edinburgh around that era.
That
it is
fun.
But yeah. I think you'll hate it though.
Sounds like a good time.
I'm going to go with the book that I just finished, which was Kingdom of the Cursed, which is crazy because it's not really a romance, but the romance takes such a front seat in this book that I was like very shocked because I was like expecting something different. But yeah, it was everywhere in here. Not the best.
Okay. But is it a good time? Because I feel like it looks like it would be a good time.
Yes, it's a good time. But the writing, oh God, it was borderline like fan fiction-y. There were just lines in there that I was just like, no, I don't want to. I don't want that. That's weird. And then she kept like repeating the phrase, like, oh, goddess above. Like, if I could have taken a shot for every time she said that, I wouldn't have made it through like the first 10 pages because that's how often it was used.
Wow.
I was like, we couldn't come up with anything different. But yeah, the first book, which is funny because the first book has lower ratings than the second and the third book. But I was like, I definitely enjoyed the first book more. This one felt kind of like fan fiction, not even gonna lie, and not the best one I've read either.
That's fair.
I've seen it compared to A Court of Thorns and Roses.
Yes,
quite a bit.
Down to the broody, dark-haired. You have a choice. I love you.
That was so good. That was so good. That was so on point. That was Dean mixed with Angel mixed with Damon, and it was so good. It was so good. Can you tell she's an actress? Honestly,
we're not like other men. We give women choice.
Yeah. We're not like other guys.
Yeah, you have a choice.
Incredible. What did you go with, Olivia?
I'm trying to take a hint, Danny Brown, which I'm currently reading because it is a romance. It's got the best representation. It is so cute, and the male love interest listens to romance audiobooks, which I think is the cutest thing.
It is the cutest thing. I loved Chloe Brown, and I took a while to get into Danny Brown, but I can absolutely see the merits of it. And I've got actual age Eve Brown in my TBR for November, and I'm so looking forward to it. Tyler Hibbert just hits right every time. It's so good.
It's also a bit scary reading it because I'm basically the equivalent of Danny, and I'm struggling to like her because I'm like, this is me, and I don't want it to be me. But I love the male love interest, which makes sense because it's her love interest. So.
Interesting. So what I'm hearing is I need to find you a rugby playing, romance listening to man and then somehow introduce you via an emergency where he can carry you out of a building. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Yeah. Go for it.
I will do my best for Christmas.
We're getting some answers to the first one, Survivor aesthetic.
Oh, interesting. Frankenstein of Baghdad. cover and green has stitches on it. That's a good shout. Actually, to be fair, what's that other Frankenstein? Like Frankenstein would count with the stitches,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the third one, and I'm gonna obviously read it, but I'm nervous because I had high expectations for the second one, and it's just like, oh god, it was such a letdown. Also, like all the plot twists, like I guessed them within like before even starting the book, because they did like a little like a flashback scene, and like everything in the flashback scene just gave away the entire story, and I was like, well, could have done without that, thank you.
It's like watching the title sequence to an anime in the first episode. Like,
Yes,
do
you're
it.
like, oh god.
Mm-hmm. I haven't heard of that one.
It's a very like not giving romance vibes title.
Yeah.
It's the dark, poetic, gruesome, and bittersweet. I'm like, I don't know if that's a romance. I like it. Didn't you play rugby? Yes, I did. Yes. Yeah. Olivia, I would like you to be my girlfriend. I'm very straight, but I would like you to be my girlfriend.
Accepted. It's been 2.5 years since I met you, so it's about time.
It's our anniversary. I'm so happy about it.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. Okay. The next one was a rural setting, which is really fun for me to say because I feel like it just sounds like I'm growling when I say rural. Rural. Which is basically any book that is not set in a city or somewhere super domesticated. I went with Clown in a Cornfield because any kind of agricultural setting would also work. And also this book is really scary, and I'm so disappointed I didn't get to the sequel for Gothtober. I will absolutely be carrying that over though. Like, I know it's on my Gothtober TBR. I will probably read it in November, but so good. So something not set in a city.
I found mine. Another current read that I'm not going to finish this month, but started for Gothtober, is A Garden of Evening Mist by Tan Tuan-eng. It's a historical fiction book set post-Second World War, and it's set in Malaysia, but she's trying to make a Japanese garden for her sister that was murdered in one of the concentration camps. So she's like in the middle of, in the mountains trying to make a Japanese garden. It's very sad and very brutal, but the main character is so angry and so full of wanting revenge and for what happened to her and her sister. And it's about her like processing that through gardening, which doesn't sound exciting whatsoever, but it's like a really good historical fiction book.
It sounds really good. The moment you were like, it's historical fiction and it's brutal, I was like, yeah, go on then. Because I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones that you offered me a copy of, but I think I said no, but that may have been a mistake.
It is like lyrical and really beautifully written, and I understand why you said no, because I think you're like me, where I was like, World War II historical fiction, absolutely no, thank you. But I've been realizing that historical fiction, World War, outside of Europe and the US, there's still so much I can learn about it that is not overdone 100% all the time. So
I think that's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. What about you, Tish?
I'm gonna go with The Alchemist because this book is it's a journey book, so he spends a lot of time like going from place to place, more so than even staying in a specific place. So yeah,
that counts. That's fair. Cool. And yourself?
I went with Her House by Sally Hinchcliffe. I have not read this one yet, but it is going to be on my November or December TBR because it's set in the Scottish Highlands in the winter. I think it's set in like February, but that's all I know. But it's set in the middle of nowhere on an estate in the Scottish Highlands, so it fit.
I've heard it's a bit sentient as well, so I'll be very curious to know what you think of that.
We'll see. We shall see.
We're having some more romance reactions.
Sounds like my kind of romance.
Same.
Yeah. I get emotional.
I understand.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I also cried reading Chloe Brown. That's why I got 5 stars. If a book makes me cry, it gets 5 stars. That's how that works.
I'm just like trying to get through the.
We got loads. It's going to take time. Yes.
I'm not
is.
sure what sounds good, but all of these books sounded good. So
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I'm currently reading about 4 books,
Nice.
and I need to be reading 1 by the 1st of November. Otherwise, I don't get any freebies. Stressful.
And you need freebies because your TBR needs to grow as much as possible for next year.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna do a clean out on haul in January, and I'm just gonna send you photo after photo after photo, and
And I'm going to say yes. Of course, I'm going to say yes. I love a free book. Oh, Sweater Weather, if you didn't know, is a Book Wanderers readathon prompt. Celine, who's been on a few of my live shows, does a Book Wanderers book club, and then every 3 months she updates this bingo board with a different theme. The current theme we're working on is Sweater Weather, so it's all kind of autumnal and spooky reads.
I think it finishes in November, doesn't it? And then it
Yeah,
gets
and then we get a new one
December.
December. Yeah. A TBR spilling over to the next month is just how you got to do it sometimes.
Yeah.
How was your general reading for Gothtober this year?
Mine was amazing.
Good.
I don't think I think I've read this many books, but I have not read this many pages. And I had 3 5-stars.
That's
so
awesome.
that is very good. Lots of really good creepy stuff. Some really good. I was doing Black History Month as well, so some really good Black authors. Nothing 2 stars, so I'm happy.
That's great.
Yeah. Enjoyment for me, it's a little low, but I've read a ton, so that is great. But yeah, so far almost everything that I've read has been a 3-star and below, which is tragic because it's now, I feel like it's making it harder to keep reading, even though I want to. So
yeah. No, I'm with you. I have probably read, this is probably the most I've read for Gothtober before, because the first 2, I think I read 3 books for Gothtober and then had my normal TBR that I just swam through. But I don't think a single book has got higher than 4 stars at all this month. Not even books that weren't for Gothtober. I just haven't enjoyed a lot of them, or there's been too many things that I could nitpick.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's just me in a nitpicky mood, or if it's that I started with some books that were so well written that I was like, I know I'm not going to have time to finish these, so I put them to one side, and therefore everything else has just seemed rubbish in comparison. Yeah. I don't know, but what?
Rubbish.
They sound rubbish. Was that worse than Portfillo or rubbish?
Sorry.
You're not sorry. Don't apologise.
You're right.
She's not sorry.
No, I just happened to be in a very Scottish reading mood at the moment. She is.
I call it fiscally responsible. And it's also not true. And yeah.
I just call it losing.
Oh, fighting talk, that is. It kills me because Olivia and I are very much similar, where we're very, very competitive, and we'll say something really, really competitive, and then an hour or so later, we'll put ourselves down and be like, yeah, but you'll win because. Olivia gives it all the bigger now, but later she'll be like, yeah, but you'll win because you read really fast.
That's my nice personality balancing out with the competitive.
Yeah.
I don't know how they can live in the same space, but they do.
Yeah. That's really good, Emma. Considering how hard you've struggled with reading at all this year, that's awesome. I'm thriving.
Nice.
Love to see it. I think these are the ratings.
Maybe. It's a possibility. Nice.
That's good.
Apparently Molly is going to buy me a book just for attempting, so I appreciate that.
That's giving her credit when none is due, though.
It's because Molly likes me more than you do.
Molly, we don't give Hannah rewards just for turning up.
I like a participation trophy. I've got
no. You need the push that you might get a book by the end of it. You.
I don't know if you noticed, but Lizzie just tried to push me back. Didn't move.
I am weak. This is why I wouldn't survive any Final Girl film, because I'd just like, well, they're going to kill me anyway.
Yeah, like, okay. Really interesting. Didn't get past the first 3 chapters of that one.
No, I'm not even going to try and attempt it.
No, I sent you the first page and we both agreed that you would hate it.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Well,
I will try.
I already bought it, so now I have to try it. The only good thing is that I bought it in paperback, so I spent a little less money than when it was in hardback, and TikTok was screaming down my neck about getting it. I was like, no, I'm not doing it.
I still feel so awful for all those people who pre-ordered the glorious Waterstones edition because it was going to be black and gold, and then it rocked up and it was yellow.
Nice. It wasn't even a nice
yellow.
It wasn't a good yellow.
It was like it had a lot of brown in the yellow to try and make it seem gold in the like all the promotional stuff. Because I think Waterstones did a TikTok which made it seem really gold, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, it's beautiful." Then everyone got it and was like, "What is this?"
However, I am going to use yellow to segue to another scavenger hunt prompt, which was yellow. I finally finished Plain Bad Heroines. Finally. Loved it. It was great. Took me 3 years, yeah. Took me 100 years. But I got there. Nothing happens. It's all vibes. And I loved it. It was great. So we need a book with a bright yellow cover. And yeah. If you want, I can tell you a fun fact about yellow covers that I force Lizzie to listen to every time we come across a yellow cover as well. Let me know. What'd you go for?
I went for Hide by Kirsten White.
It's kind of orange, isn't it?
It's orangey yellow. It's yellow. This book is a Marmite book by half. And I do think people should give it a go, but not go in thinking it's going to be the most terrifying book they're ever going to read. It's not. But it's a book. I gave it.
It's a book. Things happen.
I personally gave it 3 stars. I didn't hate it. It just didn't give me what I was expecting or wanting from it.
Yeah.
But it's like a fun horror set in like an abandoned theme park, which is a cool setting. So just don't go in expecting it's going to be scary, because it really isn't. And I was expecting to be scared, and me, the wimp, was not scared. It doesn't mean that it's bad though.
Molly loved it.
So you're trying to tell us it's not good, but it's not good.
Yeah.
I think people are being very hard on it, because obviously it's Kirsten White's first like adult debut, and I think people were expecting it to be way more scary and horrifying, but it's more of like soft horror. It's like, oh, there's a scary monster, but like if you can run, you're fine, kind of thing.
I cannot run.
No, I'd be dead, but that's not the point. But yeah, I gave it 3 stars.
Fair. What'd you go for, Tish?
I got The Rules of Magic by Alice Hoffman, which I haven't read yet, but I really like the movie Practical Magic, so I feel like I would like this.
That's fair. And what about you, Olivia?
I'm going for The Other Black Girl by Zakiya Delilah Harris, which I read for Gothtober. It was awful. I don't recommend. It's set in a publishing house, and there's one black girl, and they hire another black girl, and it was just like so awful. And it was trying to be talking about racism and stuff, and it just did it all wrong, and the plot twist was rubbish, and it was bad. It was bad from the first 10 pages. Yeah.
I'm really glad that you also hated it, because I read it and was like, I hate this. I can see what it's trying to do. I can see what it's trying to be, but somehow it has made the person that should have been the protagonist the worst fucking human being on the planet. And I don't know how you've done that. For, like, literally from like the first few pages as well. Like, it's not even like a slow decline for her. It's just, you're not good. You're not a good person.
And even the representation was just full of stereotypes. I like to draw the first example, which is where the other black girl enters the office, and because apparently black hair cream smells so strong, she can smell the woman approaching from the other side of the whole like office block. And she's like, I can smell there's another black girl and I can smell it's freshly applied hair oil. And I was like, it's not a werewolf fiction, you know?
Do you know what? I'd have liked that book so much better if it had turned out that actually the other black girl was a werewolf and that she had then instilled some werewolf abilities, like pack mentality, mainly because that's what my book's based on. And then like it had become a thing where they were a pack of black women werewolves. I'd have lapped that shit up.
I would have read that. I would have read that. But no, it was just awful.
No. We need to talk about it more when we're not on the internet because I need to talk about stuff that is spoiler territory because I also I really hate that book.
I really wanted to read it, and then like right around the time when I was about to buy it, so much was coming out about how awful it was, and because it dealt with so much like race, I felt okay being like, you know what, enough people don't like this that I think I don't need to read it. So I'm glad I made that decision.
Yeah, you made the right choice. I got it from my sister's unhaul, and she was like, "This was rubbish. I need you to read it so I can double check I was right." She was right.
That's fair. I can't remember who I unhauled my copy to. It might have been Abby. It might have been someone else. Yeah.
Thanks for putting me in my worst fear.
Oh, we'd be fine. We'd be fine.
I just said I'm weak and I can't
No, we
run.
would be like, who are those people that you're always watching on those ghost YouTubes where like one of them doesn't believe in it and it's like, yo, demons, it's your boy. I'd be that person.
Oh my
and then
God.
you'd be that one that is like
Shane and Ryan.
Yeah, that's who. That's who we'd be.
He used to do like the ghost hunters on BuzzFeed Unsolved.
That's it.
But now they're just they have their own channel now.
Yeah, because everyone starts at BuzzFeed, realizes they're better than that, and then leaves.
I love them so much.
But we are them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, those guys. Yeah, that's how I describe everyone, Emma. It's those guys. Anyway, would you like the next prompt? Would that be nice? Would that be fun? The next one is weapon. And this is when I said earlier that I had a swanky copy that I wanted to show. So the If We Were Villains signed edition came out.
That's beautiful.
And on the front of it, I don't know if you're going to be able to see because it's going to be really shiny. It has a key and quill, but in the corners, it has these like filigree dagger type shapes. So I've gone with that. And then on the underside, it has that as well. And I just really enjoy that. So it's a push. It is a push. But they say that the pen is mightier than the sword. So did you hate that? Did you really hate that?
I hated that.
You're
so
welcome.
much.
So yes, you're looking for a book with a weapon on the cover, which should be nice and easy because I feel like a lot of us enjoy thrillers and fantasy. So super easy, barely an inconvenience.
So I went with one that had the tiniest weapon on it that I could find because I like to be awkward that way. But there is a
tiny
weeny. Oh Jesus, this is going to be really hard to show.
You're going to shuffle again, aren't you? There it is.
A dagger in the heart. Where is it?
Sorry, why did that cause you such physical strain? It's over there.
I don't know. I know nothing about this book. I got it at Yelp and I need to read it, but it had a dagger on it. And finding a weapon on the cover was harder than I expected it to be.
But you have so many fantasy books.
I'm struggling.
I was trying to find like a gothic.
Oh, you don't have to find.
No, but that was what I was trying to do.
That's fair. That's fair.
But it looked cool.
That's fair. I've just seen Molly's comment about pre-ordering stuff with Waterstones. So they are getting better, but they are still taking forever to get pre-orders in. So I would definitely recommend my own shop if you want to get pre-orders in. Even if it isn't on the website, DM me because I can usually get them in. It just takes me a little bit longer because sometimes Waterstones, like they did with Babel, likes to buy up so much stock that even though they're not getting their pre-orders out to people, I still can't get books in.
Nice.
So I love that for me. We have the same distributor. So I'm not the only one. There's like loads of independent bookshops that also use them, but it's the same people.
All right. I got A Torch Against the Night. We've got 2 swords, and a dagger.
Love that.
And technically, these 2 could count as like weapons themselves because they have some stuff. But if you wanted physical weapons, yes,
that's fair. That's fair.
I'm just gonna go with it. I was really struggling. I wrote Jurassic Park because a dinosaur's teeth is a very good weapon, and
A very good
I love
weapon.
those films, except for the latest one that came out. That was rubbish, but I love all the rest of them. I feel like I'm hating on too many things right now. I love.
It's funny. You're in good company. It's okay.
I love the first 5 Jurassic films, so I really want to read the book, and I've heard it's more science fiction-y, and science fiction is my jam.
Very cool. Very cool. I feel like because we did weapon as one of the prompts, either for the first year or the second year, and I think I recommended books like The Empress of All Seasons, because that's got a scimitar on it. Obviously, Throne of Glass has got a sword on it. That was very popular that year. Things like that. Obviously, Song of Achilles has the bow and arrow. Rick Riordan's sword on the cover. I think that's quite a few of like the Percy Jackson ones have weapons and stuff on the cover as well.
Yeah.
I only pre-ordered off Waterstones to get signed or sprayed edges. That's fair. That's pretty much when I order from them as well. I'm like, yeah, let's get a swanky copy. It's sad Bertram's run out of business. Yeah. Hated Gardner's lol. They're not too bad. It's a really interesting company because they've only got like 3 people that work in like their customer services bit, and they've got one really old guy who works in the tech department. So if anything techie goes wrong, you speak to the same old man, and he's lovely, but you have to listen to his entire life story to get anything done. So that's fair. I feel like you keep calling up these titles that I've literally never heard of.
It's nice though to like always see some underrated books get an appreciation.
Yeah, but it's going to make my reading list so much longer.
Yeah, because these sound really interesting. Like, I'm extremely intrigued. Gag reflex, I'm intrigued.
I feel like that's the kind of title where if you see that in a bookshop, you're like, I need to pick this up and know exactly what's going on.
Yes, because it could go a bunch of different ways. It could go a bunch of different ways, and I need to know.
The news one has a gun on it. We were just looking it up. I say we. Lizzie was doing that. Having fun there? Good. Let's do another colour prompt. The next one is more difficult, as I have found every single time it comes up on Racing Stacks. It is an orange cover. Now, I have gone for the Light Fantastic. Excuse me, which is the second in the Rincewind series. It has a turtle on it and a weapon, actually. I've just realised that Rincewind is stood there with a sword, so that's fun. I don't think that is Rincewind, actually. I think that's one of the little warrior guys. But anyway, it's very orange. Very, very orange. And you went for?
I went for Bunny by Mona Award because
it's awful.
It's really, really, really orange. And I love this book. And Hannah can...
I wasn't sure where that was going to go, to be honest.
It's a dark academia, and it's about a group of students and a group of girls who are awful to each other, and they like to make men explode. That's why I like it, and it gives me Heather's vibes, like hardcore Heather's vibes, which also helps. So
I struggled with it. I never actually finished it. I ended up DNFing it because as much as they are uni students, they are creative writing students. So it starts off in a creative writing degree where they have writing workshops. And it was just so painfully cliche. It was so painfully cliche that I'm just like, I just couldn't get into it. I think I DNF'd it about.
Does it have to be a jacket? Can it be a book? Like, can the book be orange?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
I also really enjoy the angle with which you asked that. Like, can it be? Yes, it can.
I didn't want to sit down until I knew because I was like, well, I don't.
Oh, actually, I've changed my mind. No. What's your orange book that's not the cover?
It's the Villains.
Another one.
Perfect. This is a really nice shade of orange too, because I'm not the biggest fan of orange. It's got to be a little bit darker.
My favorite color.
Really?
It's a great color. It is a great color. Like, I never used to like orange, and then I found that I was buying everything in orange and was like, this is clearly more my vibe than I've let on before. Like, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I think
I just
because
like the
so
darker
often
ones.
it's so often it's tied with black, and everyone thinks that's just Halloween vibes. You're only allowed it then, but I enjoy it. What were you
I
gonna say,
love
Tish?
sunset orange in particular, so like the darker ones, as you were saying, Tish.
Yeah. Because, like, I don't know, somewhere along the way, I just stopped being a fan of, like, really bright colors. Just, like, when I buy stuff. Like, in general, I like all of the colors. But, like, for things that I want, like, in my house or something, like, I usually go for more of the, I guess, like, more muted in the color.
That's fair.
So, like, mustard orange instead of, like, really bright. Or mustard yellow instead of really bright yellow. Stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think they're really like autumnal colors or fall colors anyway, which I just like. But I realized the other day that I've got 2 orange hoodies, and my favorite Vans are bright orange. Which, to be fair, when they first rocked up, they are like traffic cone orange. They are obnoxious orange, and it's because I sent my mum a link. They were for a Christmas present. There were 3 colors when I sent her. There were a sage green, which I adored. There were a white and black pair, and there were an orange pair. And I was like, my mum knows me well enough not to get me the orange pair. And then she didn't order them until at the very last minute, when the sage pair had sold out, the white and black pair had sold out. So the orange pair were the only ones left. So she assumed I wanted the orange ones. And she bought me the orange ones, and I opened them and was like, my God, these are orange. And she's like, well, they're the ones you wanted. And I was like, I can't tell you on Christmas Day that this is absolutely not what I wanted. But they are also the Vans that I wear the most. They are very comfy.
They are so bright.
They're
though.
so obnoxious.
They are ridiculously bright. Like, I can see them in the room. Like, I can look.
We can see them.
I can look, and it's like they're almost radioactive.
Yeah.
Like they glow.
Yeah.
And like, I like orange, but when I first saw those shoes, I thought, oh my God, that's brave.
They're shoes that I wear when I go to business meetings because I need people to remember who I am. Like, if I'm going to like a networking thing for people to remember me, I'll wear those Vans because everyone comments on them.
Yeah, I spoke to the lady with the horrible orange shoes.
Doesn't matter. They remember who I am, and that's all that matters. Are they going
to wear them in
or
group
someone
settings too, so that people can find you. So if you go to like concerts and stuff, wear those. So if anyone's like, "Where did Hannah go?" Everyone immediately is like, "Look for the bright orange shoes."
Mm-hmm. They scream emergency as well. I feel like if I started saying like, guys, head in this direction at a concert, people would listen.
You know what would happen if your life was a movie and you were a final girl?
Yeah.
The reason you'd fail is because you were wearing those freaking shoes.
That's how my body would be recognised. Those shoes. We do love a yellow pair of shoes.
I think I can't find the comment right now, but someone was like, reading sprints. We're doing the scavenger hunt now. We are going to be reading later, but
yeah.
Scavenger hunt.
Yeah, I'm just taking my good sweet time and making you guys talk loads about books so that I can do less reading.
Speaking of, I was Born for This by Alice Oseman, which I have not read, but it is one of those like celebrity ex normal people romance, and I eat that trope up and adore it. So I cannot wait.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's because I want that to happen to me. That's why I love it. I want to be the normal person, and I want a celebrity to be like, "You're just so different.
You're so different.
I
love that.
Normal, bland girl."
See, don't tell Kelly this, but I have planned a romance that has that trope in it, but I'm not allowed to work on anything new until I finish my current read because she gets really angry about it. But I have got like a whole thing that I think you'd both enjoy because it is that trope.
Also, my trope could have started on Friday because we were sitting in a row at this event, and behind us in a box was Robert Pattinson with like cap on and everything, really trying to not look like Robert Pattinson. But we didn't bother him because he was clearly trying hard not to be himself. But I was thinking, just like, look at me, I'm marrying him.
Look at me.
Wait, you're telling me you didn't even say hello?
No, like we kind of did the whispering thing and like we were a group and we like turned around and we were like, oh my gosh. And you could just see him like shrink as we started to notice him more. And we were like, he really doesn't want to be noticed. So let's just let him.
I feel like I'd have just been like, hey. And then like would have said nothing else. Just so I could be like, I said it. And then like, and it would have been so creepy that men in big suits would have just stepped between us and like moved me out of the way and just
I feel like it's funny that Robert Pattinson ever thought he could go out in public and not be recognized, considering he's like one of the biggest names in Hollywood at the
You
moment.
say that, but there have been so many celebrities that have stood in like Times Square in front of their massive billboards with like sunglasses on, and no one has known.
Oh, it's this Superman.
Henry Cavill actually did it.
Yeah, Henry Cavill did that. He put on his Clark.
Glasses.
He put on his Clark Kent costume and walked around, and everyone was just like, "Okay, hi."
I feel
Might
like
have clocked it because he's fit. I'd have been like, "Cool, hot guy."
we wouldn't have even noticed him if he wasn't wearing a cap that was really trying to cover him, because we were like, who's sitting in the dark wearing a cap, like looking so shady? We were like, who is that? And that is why we started looking at him. And I was like,
it's like, why do you look like Joe from You? What are you doing back there?
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of which, I love that Penn Badgley has a podcast now, and he's such a little nerd about it. Love that.
Also, he's posted like 2 TikToks, and they're already like super funny, but like he's just got those 2, and I'm like, this is great. This is the kind of celebrity content I sign up for.
I love celebrities on TikTok. I find them so much easier to deal with than celebrities on Instagram and Twitter.
Yes. Because not everything's an ad. Mostly on Instagram, it's like they're trying to push something at me like 24/7, and I'm like, I don't want this. I don't want this. No, that's fair.
and also, definitely.
Yeah, so many pretty editions. You've got that edition. You got this edition. I've got the paper.
I want that one.
Over there. You want this one?
I do.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Someone's got a Christmas coming up soon. Actually, to be fair, I've got to post your candles and hoodie. I could just probably like squeeze it in. Cool. Okay, right. Next prompt is outsiders. This is another one that I think confused a lot of people because it could have been something where they're quite clearly outside. That could have been like really on the nose, or it could be characters or just general an outsider vibe where they don't fit the norm. So I've gone with Even If We Break, mainly because the characters are all either neurodivergent, have a physical disability, are LGBT, and are basically cast out from like their normal friendship groups. But they all play a kind of role play game together. And even their social situation is breaking down. So they're all feeling kind of cast out from each other as well. So which is why I went for this one. It's also a really, really great YA thriller. If you enjoy things like Horrid, Clown in the Cornfield, etc., I think you'd really like this one. And I really like that I can recommend it because it has all of our key 3 prompts, which is the LGBT, BIPOC, and disability rep, all in one.
Knock it all out of the way.
Yeah. So anything where the characters are outsiders or an outsiders vibe. Have you got one already, Olivia? There she is.
Women Eating by Claire Coda. It's about a vampire who's just... Yeah, it's a literary fiction, but she is a vampire. She craves human blood, but she also equally craves the Japanese food that her mum grew up with. And she feels like an outsider because she's pretty much the only vampire.
Nice.
I picked Winter in Sokcho, which is, there is a French artist that comes into South Korea to visit Sokcho. And so he's like an outsider, like, she's trying to show him around and he's like doodling things. It's so weird because they're each like trying to see things from each other's perspective, which I really love this book. It was really good.
That's really cool. It sounds really interesting. I like the cover. Like it's really bold.
Yeah, and it looks like a postcard.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's really cool. What'd you go with?
I went with Glitterati by Oliver K. Langmead. This is a wild book. I think you need to really look at content warnings before you jump into this one. It is a horror. It's sci-fi horror. And it's about basically a group of people who are all fashionistas and basically the breakdown of one man and realizing how messed up everything is. And he kind of becomes an outsider. Like that happens within the first couple of like pages. That isn't really a spoiler, but that's why I chose it. And it's wild, and I really want more people to read this so I can talk to them about it.
It gives me kind of like the Capital People of Hunger Games vibes, where their fashions and stuff are all wild.
It is exactly like that, but it's even more insidious.
Oh, love that.
Because they have people like down in the streets, and they're like people in poverty. And like there are moments in it when he's interacting with these people and he is like trying to actively learn what he's thinking is wrong, and like it's not really their fault, and like it's not really his fault that he was born into this society, and it's super interesting as a concept, and it's quite short, but it gets the message across pretty well in my opinion. But it is really messed up. There's a lot of messed up things that happen.
I don't know if there is a Waterstones exclusive one. This is the signed author edition one. I don't know if Waterstones did like a sprayed edge or anything like that. But this one that I can or should still be able to get in has the inside pages that is the boathouse, which is really important to the plot. And it has the insignia on the front. So double check. If it is that, if there's no like sprayed edge or anything like that, I can probably still get this one in. I will definitely be ordering another one this week anyway. So let me know. In which case, yeah, it's the same one. See, this is the thing. So this and the Song of Achilles one, where it's the blue cover with the gold foiling on it, everyone thought was a Waterstones exclusive. It wasn't. It's a limited edition, but it's not Waterstones exclusive. So I can still get those in. Interesting.
Some adjectives in the descriptions. Yeah.
Intrigued. Okay. So we've only got a couple more to go, which is great because I'm getting cramp and I need to move.
Yeah, me too.
So the next one was super, super easy and another opportunity for me. I know she's annoyed because she can see which book I've chosen.
You're not wrong, but Jesus Christ, you need to start talking about other books, Hannah.
Never. It's a thriller. Is the prompt, and I went with The Murder of Graham Catton because of course I did. Did I consider putting this in the giveaway again this year? Yes, I fucking did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I didn't, but I really, really wanted to. This is a book about a woman called Hannah Catton who may or may not have murdered her husband. She doesn't remember. She has, however, gotten away with it if she did kill him. She's hoping she didn't, but she doesn't. She was kind of out of it at the time. 10 years later, someone has kind of released some footage to a podcast that has then got the man who was arrested for her husband's murder released from prison. So did she do it? Did she not? She has to find out with the rest of the audience. And it's incredibly tense and it's so good. And you can't even lie. You loved it.
I gave it 5 stars. I read it earlier this year after Hannah wouldn't shut up about it. And when you live with her and she doesn't shut up about something, you kind of can't ignore it. It's really, really good. It was one of the first thrillers that I've read and actively enjoyed. It's something about it, the writing style, the whole kind of premise. It's all done like to the best I've ever seen it done before. And like I'm not a typical like cop thriller thing, and it doesn't give you that vibe, although there are definitely elements of that in it. It's a fun book. And the whole time I was going, I don't know what's happening. Yeah. And I'd be like, Hannah, this is my theory. And Hannah would have to.
I've got such a good poker face though, because I was just like, that's it, dead. The one thing I will say though is it has been re-released as a paperback with a new cover and a new title. So if you're looking for it in like a local shop, you will probably find it under My Husband's Murder. Or if you're American, it's something that begins with P. It's like Passion or like Pushed, or it's not Pushed because that's something else, but it's something like that where it's a different.
Why did they change it?
I have no idea because I'm not.
Because the title is like perfect. It sounds fine.
And the cover's great because it's really simple and it's got glass all over the place. And then on the back, it's got like the written like comments because it's like based like a podcast.
I do think it's really unfortunate because the paperback, from what I remember, is really not a very nice cover.
It just looks like your standard airport thriller.
Yeah, I don't think.
And it really isn't. It's so good though. Maybe that's why they did it. Maybe they thought more people would pick it up.
They did the same thing with the Mary Shelley Club, and they changed the title to something that feels so generic that doesn't stand out.
Yeah, what have they changed that to? Because I feel like I've seen it as the other title more than I've seen it as the Mary Shelley Club.
I think because it came out as the Mary Shelley Club a long time ago, so it's been more fairly renamed, but I can't remember what the name is. It's just The Last Girl.
Oh, okay.
Which is
I don't like that.
See, I bought The Last Girl, but I bought it for a vlog where I was going to do other Final Girl books last year. And I read the first 2 and hated them. So then I was like, well, I'm going to unhaul. You've got it. I'm going to unhaul it.
That's my pick for thriller.
because I was just like, I can't do
Perfect.
it. I can't do it.
I didn't realize, again, this was a Yelp purchase. I was going around to the booksellers, and I was like, I'm looking for dark, anything that's kind of like got horror elements. And this was one of the ones they recommended, so I picked it up. I didn't realize that this was a re-release. Well, now I do.
That's exciting.
So I was supposed to read it for this month, and I didn't. So this will be on my November TBR.
Why did you look at me like that?
I don't fucking know. Don't ask me.
I was reading it in November, and then she
I'm
went,
losing all feeling in my butt.
one of us is what?
Lying by Karen McManus. I thought I wasn't going to like this book. I was avoiding it, and then I got it at a blogger event. So then I met Karen McManus, and I was like, okay, I'm going to read it now. And I actually really like it. It's about these 4 kids who go into, no, 5 kids walk into detention, and only 4 walk out because one of them is dead. So someone is lying. And all of the characters are stereotypes, like the jock, the good girl, etc., etc.
It's like the Breakfast Club.
Yeah, but I have a ship, and ships carry me through books. So I'm enjoying it, but I'm also like, I'm actually having a good time because I have a ship, but I'm worried that if the plot twist isn't good, I won't like it, because I think I've realized for thrillers, the plot twist is the make or break.
Yeah. I couldn't get through that book because it felt like I was reading, I think it's in the beginning, but it felt like I was reading the same scene over and over because they bounce from different characters. And like, I don't like it when they do that. Like, I want to hear different scenes from different people, not like, oh my gosh, I just witnessed this happen. And then we switch and they're like, but this is what I saw happen. And it's like, I don't want to do that. So that's what made me put it down.
I don't want to do that.
It's true, it does that. It does move on from that and then not return to that format.
Okay.
After
Maybe if I would have pushed
moment.
through, maybe I would have enjoyed it. But like, I was just like, no, I don't want to do that.
That's fair.
It does fall into some cringe stereotypes, and I'm just like, this is a bit cringe, but also I'm here for it right now.
That's fair. That's fair. What about you, Tish?
I picked The It Girl by Ruth Ware, which took me like 2.5 weeks to read. And it was a bit of a letdown too. I think when it comes to stuff like this, I think I'm really tired of that trope, if it even is a trope, of like there being one student that like everyone is so obsessed with, and they do really awful things, but because they're so enigmatic and just the life of the party, that everyone just lets it slide. And then they end up getting murdered because it's like, well, everybody hated them. So it's like, is that really whose loss is it?
Same thing happens here.
Yeah.
Same thing happens here.
Who's really that sad about it? So I don't know. I'm over that because maybe it's because I've never really met someone from like a friend standpoint that I've ever been like, wow, I need to be in that person's orbit. I need to do whatever they say. Like, it's just like, I couldn't, because she's pretty awful. The character that ends up dying, which is not a spoiler, she's not great. And like, people put up with a lot from her. And I'm just like, why?
See, this is really funny to me because I don't. So when it comes to like mysteries, I like a mystery, but it has to hit certain plot points that I really enjoy. But I will watch a murder mystery till the cows come home. Yeah. And Midsummer Murders is such a Sunday mystery, but they start every episode with the same thing, which is setting up this person to just be the absolute worst. And it's like they give you like 100 people that are in their sphere that they're just awful to. Yeah. And it kills me because I used to watch it with my dad, and my dad would always turn and be like, I wonder who's going to die, because like it's so obvious. Yeah. But when I read that in books, whether it's a thriller, a mystery, a crazy mystery, whatever, I find it so hard to be like, in which case I don't care. You know what? They deserved it. Good for them. Like, it's not, I don't care. I don't want to see it solved. I'm over it. Yeah.
And then I don't feel bad either, because I'm like, if you stuck with this person long enough for them to push you to murder, I mean, that's on your own. You should have left a long time ago. Nobody's literally holding a gun to your head saying you have to be friends with this person when they treat you like that. Just leave and you'll be fine. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Also, speaking of this one, the person who's horrible to everyone does it online, and it's like a gossip thing. And the whole book, they're like, oh, the teachers couldn't take it down because it was online, so it wasn't like the school's business. And I'm like, no, that would never happen.
No.
Schools would always get involved if it's about the students and affecting the students' daily lives.
Yes.
That is so the whole setup of this is kind of ridiculous. But they had to.
That actually happened to me when I was in junior high or high school. Somebody like started an online burn book. And obviously the teachers got involved because people were not only talking about students, but they were also talking like aggressively about the teachers. And that got nipped in the bud real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things, like, as an ex-teacher, there were so many things that would hit like our desks before the students even found out about it, because it would either be reported by a student or another teacher or a parent. And we get so much training on how to look out for kids that are being bullied online and in person, and things to look out for with behavior if they're on their phones a lot, like what to look for. And we get told websites. It's like, okay, this website has just gone up. Like we get like a notice that's from the police and from the NSPCC. So it's like, if any of these websites come up, notify us immediately. Let us know who the student is, because they are sites where it's dangerous. It's dangerous for kids to be posting on it, not just because it's like bullying, but because there could be like hacked information. We had one where a young girl had texted her boyfriend a photo of herself, and he had then had his phone hacked because he went on this website. And her photos ended up on this website. And it's like, he could have been arrested for child pornography because they're both under 16. And it's like, he's not done anything wrong. She, in theory, hasn't done anything wrong, because like they're kids. They're in a relationship together. Like, you know, they're acting like adults even when they aren't adults, but they're being put into a dangerous situation. And it sucks. And I will read it in a book, but it terrifies me in real life.
Yeah. It was kind of like that weird, like, blue whale situation. I think that was what it was called, that went around, where it was like a game and like kids were like killing themselves because of it. I was like, that is wild. Like, I feel like bullying used to be so much simpler until the internet got involved, because I mean, like, not that it's not bad in person, but I've been in the comments of people like on TikTok, and the way people will just let loose because you're not face to face, they have so much courage to be like, yeah, we're gonna go, and I'm just gonna keep going. Like, it's so sad.
Yeah, I've never had anyone tell me to my face, go kill yourself, but I've had it so many times on the internet.
Oh yeah.
And that's insane.
Yeah,
that's insane. This sounds wild, and I'm pretty sure I've seen the film version of that, but yeah,
Channel knowledge.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry.
I feel like that happens a lot with the popular kids, like the teachers that have like favorites, and you'll go approach them and be like, hey, Todd is really giving me a hard time. And they're like, Todd, the star of the football team, my straight A student? Never. He would never do such a thing. And it's like, yeah, he's the worst, but okay.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing is, and I noticed this a lot as a teacher, and it was one of those things where, how do you combat this? Because teachers don't become teachers because they necessarily have great social lives or have great social skills. They become teachers because they're fascinated by their subject and they've thrown themselves into the subject, right? Like their degree is based in it, and then they want to continue that knowledge process. So chances are most teachers have been bullied at some point, or are not as socially equipped or articulate as peers their age that went on to do like higher paid jobs, better jobs, etc. It's a skill that you learn to share your knowledge, but you have to have an interest in your subject first. Or if you learn education, you have to have an interest in education first. Where does that interest come from? And it means that, unfortunately, when you meet students that are very socially articulate and very socially aware, they find it very easy to manipulate other teachers. And I remember I had an instance where a student was trying to play me off another teacher who was just like, oh, miss, she's my favorite. She's my favorite because she does this. And she's my favorite because they do that. And da-da-da. And I was like, I don't care if I'm your favorite. I'm going to help you get an English GCSE. That's where this starts and ends. And so many first year teachers as well get into really bad habits of being like, okay, well, these students work really well. I really like these students. These students don't work as well. And it's like, okay, but you're there to teach them. They're not there to just work well. And actually, chances are the kids that are working well are doing so because they don't need your support as much as the other students do.
Right.
It's still not doing a good job. And that's not coming down on teachers in general, because I think teachers have got a really difficult job. And when you've got 40, 30 people in a classroom and you've got to manage all of that, that sucks. Especially when you've got all the bureaucracy as well. But
it was, I mean, like, it was easy to see they had a hard job, because as a teenager, seeing how awful other teenagers were while you were the same age, it was just like, you couldn't pay me to do that because of some of the people like I had in class. I was like, this would be way too much for me.
Yeah. Kitty. Yeah. Cool. Right. Last prompt then. Nice and easy one again to finish. It is a cover with a face on it. And I thought, well, it's one of the 3 Silvia Moreno Garcia books that we've not put in the giveaway. So I went with Velvet Was the Night. It's also one of 3 that I've not read. So I've read basically everything else because she is my favourite author, an auto-buy. Haven't read this one, but I think the reason I haven't read this one is because the description feels like it's meant to come from Taylor Jenkins Reid, and that's probably the only reason why I haven't picked it up as opposed to the others. But I'm still very excited for it. So what have you gone for face-wise?
I've gone with The Haunting of Evelyn Jones. This was one of my favorites that I've read this month. It's another middle grade, a ghost story, and it was just fantastic. And it new fear unlocked. Apparently, I'm scared of scarecrows. It wasn't aware of that until I read this book. But it's an absolutely fantastic middle grade series. The second one is great, and I think the third one is coming out November.
Yeah, it's out.
Oh, it's out. The third one is now out. But I really like this. I'm all
Cover
here.
is so pretty.
Yeah.
They're really great little ghost stories as well, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is set in a Cornish town by the sea, and it's great. And I read it when I was in Cornwall, so that was also great.
The second one's set in Bristol, isn't it?
Second one's in Bristol, yeah.
Yeah. Good times.
I have Tomie, which is what I'm reading right now. I just started this. And I'm excited because this is supposed to be really into horror. And a lot of people have said this is really creepy and gross.
Love that.
And I chose this volume of Death Note that I'm currently reading because it's got light and L on it. And I think my greatest hack is to buy them as individual volumes because I think the individual volumes are so much prettier than the black ones. Even though black ones are convenient to save money.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I read the first volume of that, loved it. Can't find volume 2 anywhere. Can only find bind-ups that are really expensive. So feel free to share your knowledge with me.
My parents got it for Christmas for me. I think they got it on Book Depository, if I'm correct, because we were in the Netherlands at the time. And it was like a full set of all of them in a box set.
Because the only ones I can get in through my distributor are 8, 9, and 10. And I'm like, no, I need all of them.
And also, Depop has a lot of good secondhand manga, which is great because manga can be expensive. So worth checking that.
It is.
I was looking at them the other day and I saw a full set of Tokyo Re, and I thought, I'm on a buying ban, but the full set is right there.
But
this book was so expensive in comparison because it's got all the bind-ups, it's all of the volumes of it in one. But I bought it because this is a night, it's so pretty. And I didn't want the single individual ones. But yeah, it's expensive. And you think it's not when you start to pick out 1 or 2 volumes because they're $7 to $10. But then you get 4 and you're like, oh, now we're up to 40, $50. Hold on.
Yeah, they're expensive. I find graphic novels as well are really expensive.
Yes.
So I don't tend to buy them for myself unless I can get them in through my distributor. And although I can get them in for other people, it always feels, I don't put them on the website very often because they're so much more expensive than normal books are.
Yeah.
So don't worry.
I get why. I do get why. That's cool. Or monsters, but that's cool. Actually, there's a new one come out called Red Queen, which looks really cool. That's got a face cover on it, and the woman's hair looks incredible. She's got like one of those like classic Russian bobs.
Yes.
I'm like, love that.
Cool.
Story.
That's a good shout. Good shout.
Oh, I love that. I love when you meet authors and they're actually decent people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it scares me so much to think about just like meeting people that I look up to or like really enjoy, because that would be so sad. Like, I would not take that well. I would just like downward spiral and be like, oh my God.
The one time when I've met someone that I really admire and it sucked a little bit, like it wasn't too bad, but Lawrence Dallaglio was an England rugby player who played in the World Cup when we won the Grand Slam. So like he was a really prolific player, and then he did a cycling tour for charity, and he rocked up at our rugby club to do some of the press tour, and he was like signing shirts and stuff, and I was kind of at the end of the queue, and he kind of like just snatched my shirt, signed it and threw it back at me, and then just kind of like walked out. And I just remember being like, that sucked, because like I was, as a rugby player at the time, I was playing for Southeast anyway, so I was quite high up. I was like, I really wanted to chat to him about it, because I'd met a couple of other England players and they were lovely. And I spent more time chatting to the French captain, who was just an absolute babe. Like, he was so funny, whilst Dallaglio was doing like all the press stuff. It was a real shame to kind of have it literally thrown in my face.
Yeah.
But my favourite thing from that entire thing is they had on the BBC News, Lawrence Dallaglio stood on our balcony kind of talking about rugby. You can see my dad in the background just doing this. Like leaning into shot. It's the funniest thing. So he had a great time, but I was just kind of like, oh, my hero is an asshole. Great.
Yeah. Maybe he was having a bad day. Maybe he's tired.
Yeah. I think he was running behind, and I think he had a lot of cycling to do. So like, it wasn't that he was an asshole. That is an absolute exaggeration. But it was one of those times where I was really excited to meet someone, and then it didn't go the way I wanted to.
I find this book very funny. I've seen the cover. It's a horrible cover. It's just
his face, isn't it? Looking a bit miserable.
And I'm just like, oh my God, they're really throwing a bomb on everything. And I'm like, oh, Harry, you brave boy. Like, oh,
what are they gonna do?
I can't wait. I want to read it. Well, they've already done that, and
no, he quit.
I feel like everybody's gonna read it though. I think the title was the title was a very smart move. I think I saw a lot of comments like, if the title was anything more pretentious or like targeting, they wouldn't want to read it. But then like Spare is just so.
Yeah, because it's the phrase "heir and spare," isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's how he was referred to by the media at the time. When they were going through their divorce, they kept referring to him as that. So like, I think it's great.
I'm excited to read it. See what dirt they're going to
There's no tea like royalty. Do you know what? I love that Emma has like not that many videos on TikTok, but the TikToks that you have talking about the royal family not only kill me, but they've got views. Like they've done so well.
I kind of feel like I want that on a shirt, that there's no tea like royalty, like or a mug, something, because that's gold.
I can arrange that. Let me write that down. There's no tea like royalty.
Also, that seems to be kind of like a theme lately, because Viola Davis's memoir, her whole face is the cover, like, and it's up close. So maybe that's what we're doing. Yeah, like it's just like the words are like right here. And it's like, read me.
Do we think it's because they're really, zooming in on the issues of their lives? Yeah.
It's just like, don't forget who I am. This is it.
And I'm going to be staring out the person opposite you while you're reading this on the train.
I do miss the ones where they've got props for no reason. So like there was like a whole phase where everyone had balloons or glitter or like cake for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
I enjoy those. Like Catherine Ryan's one that's Audacity. She's got like a feather boa, I think, or like a lavish jumper. It's very cool. Sorry, what were you going to say, Olivia?
I feel like the Will Smith trend should have gone further. Like, I loved the artistic.
Oh yeah,
on a
that was such a pretty book.
Rather than a photo.
Yeah, that was cool.
I do like Jeanette McCurdy's too. Like,
yeah,
it fits so well for the story that she's telling.
It's the colors.
Yeah,
it's
that too.
it's the yellow and pink is so kind of sickly sweet, and it already, like, the cover tells you so much about what this book is going to include, and I think that's what I like from a cover anyway, because I know the whole thing, like, don't judge a book by its cover, but, like, absolutely judge a book by its cover, because there's going to be, like, hidden stuff in it, whereas I think when they go for the standard this is who I am vibe,
Right.
it's a bit like,
Yeah. Because that feels like her. That cover feels like Jeanette. Like, just from her history on Nickelodeon and the stuff that I've watched her in. Like, when I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely her. That's her entire idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Yeah, just losing feeling in my lower back.
I thought you were gonna lie down, have a nap.
I mean, I could do that.
You could. Good.
Oh,
Should we
that's
do
immediately.
giveaway?
Say that again. Sorry.
Should we do giveaway announcement?
Let's do that. So I'm being distracted by a cat. So I've put all the bits of paper in my
take your space.
spooky mug. He's gonna, yeah, there he is. I will be sat on the floor because Blue is gonna sit in my pillow
No,
fort.
you're not allowed to go in my space. Absolutely not.
So I'm gonna pull 3 first, and they're going to be the 3 that get the beautiful ones, which is a hardback, but it's just the one. You just get the one book, the first 3, and then the second 3, it will be people who get the full bundle, because I feel like that's fair.
I just saw where Emma said she got 7 million views on a video. That's
yeah,
insane.
yeah, right? Insane. Okay, right. First winner of the beautiful ones is. Are you not gonna sit up? Show some respect.
Okay. Oh no. Okay.
The first winner is Priscilla. Priscilla will be getting a copy of the beautiful ones. I need to put it on my beautiful ones, otherwise I will get confused. So congrats, Priscilla. I don't know if they're watching, but if they are watching, congrats. Next person. Do you want to pull out on?
No.
Actually, if you pull out your
My
own name, it'll
name's
be
on
really
there,
funny. Go on.
But okay.
If you pull out your own name, I will laugh.
I don't want this one.
I don't want it.
Put it back if it's
The next winner is I don't know if I'm saying this right because I've only ever seen it written down, but Tamar from Solipo. You also get what? What are you laughing at? I did my best. Congrats. And then the third person walking away with a brand new hardcover of the beautiful ones is going to be you.
I don't want that one.
I'm not putting your name, but genuinely, I don't know if you can see that because it's too bright, but that says Lizzie.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one that I won't fucking read.
Yeah, she'll hate it because it's romance. So there you go. Enjoy. Imagine if you'd walked away with the bundle, though. That would have seemed like such a
bundle.
But it would have been nepotism.
Because I want Tia Apollo Blue. As you well flipping know.
I do know.
That's the reason I entered.
See if Priscilla or Tamar will swap your...
Why? Because they both got beautiful ones anyway.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right. Never mind. Ignore me. The first person to win the bundle is Paige from Page Shifter. So congrats. Yeah, I thought it was Tamar as well. So please feel free to correct me. The second person winning a bundle is going to be Celine, who went to bed. She doesn't deserve it, but she went to bed already.
Does Celine want a copy of the beautiful ones?
She might actually.
And I'll take Tia Apollo Blue. Okay, right.
She might.
We've got. I can get a swap lined up.
That's not how giveaways work. You're meant to just accept it and be grateful.
I don't care.
Also, you can't say Celine doesn't deserve it, as she's been on those like start to finish sprints.
She's been every week. Yeah. Good for her. Right, and then the last person. Let's go. What? No, too late, too slow.
God damn it.
The last person is Bookworm Lynn. So congrats. 3 for 3. There we go. So I can now go and put post-it notes on your boxes and pack those up for you.
Bookworm.
I'm sorry to everyone else who entered, but thank you for entering. It's been really nice to see everyone's scavenger hunts. We will probably do another giveaway next year. And because I am who I am, we'll probably do more books next year. Because why not, you know?
Yo, Emma, do you want the beautiful one? I'm joking.
Oh, I'm assuming now, Olivia, you want us to do some reading. Oh, is that my internet or hers?
No, I think that's...
I think it might be hers.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Right, no, I've got so much. I've got so many bits of paper just on the floor. Would you like to put it in there? There we go. Have you read any of those books, Tish? I know you've read obviously Mexican Gothic. Have you read The Apollo Blue?
I haven't.
It's
but
really
I want to.
It's a dark academia classic British novel, but also it's just one man's descent into misery.
Oh, well, I'm totally on board for that. Yeah.
Right. Olivia, are you back?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I know I disappeared.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I was worried because I thought it was our internet. What? Oh, don't sit right behind me then. He's going straight back in. This is gonna have to be a permanent fixture now, isn't it?
Yeah. I would keep it.
I think
It looks so cozy.
Right.
I think the next thing we're going to do is a reading sprint, and so just run through what everyone's going to read for the reading sprint.
Well, I have Tomie, but I also have some other stuff that I need to work on, so I might be reading and doing that at the same time.
That's fair. That's fair. What are you reading?
I'm reading a very not spooky book of City of Brass because I need to finish it by tomorrow.
I also need to finish mine by tomorrow. Neither of us start. These are book club picks. The book club meets tomorrow, and neither of us have finished. So I'm 8 pages into House of Hollow, and I'm really hoping, because it's only like 280 pages, that I get through a fair chunk today, and then I can finish it tomorrow.
I'm kind of disappointed that they put the text so large over the cover of the book.
Right? It's such a pretty cover.
It is.
And actually, to be fair, it's not too bad, but I feel like the American copy that has like the white band around it.
Yeah, I think I have that one. Or I got sent like an early copy from Penguin Teen, and yeah, one of the very few that I do get. But yeah, like it was much smaller, and like the picture was pretty forefront in the center.
Fair. That's fair.
And I'm going to read, I don't know what I did. Oh, here it is. I'm reading Woman Eating. I'm halfway through. So
Nice.
I shall continue.
Excellent.
Okay, great.
Cool. How long are we going to read for?
I think we're going to read for 45 minutes. I'm also going to fix my shelves because now I've just pulled a bunch of things off of it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I vote DNF, but I haven't read it. But yeah, feel free to use it as productivity sprints as well as reading sprints. We can go until 15:15 because that is very neat.
Cool.
Saoirse.
It's a good name.
I feel like simply because of the actress, I know how to pronounce that.
Same. He sat right in the middle as well. That's so funny.
Oh no, is Olivia frozen again?
Is she frozen again?
Oh no.
I've had a message via WhatsApp. Okay, so read until 15. Her internet is being rubbish. So we'll see you guys in a bit. Oh, thanks. I did it.
I just came back. But yes,
Cool. See you in a bit.
That's the end of that reading sprint. How did that go for you?
I read like 90 pages.
Nice.
Lizzie's got a cat on her lap, so she's not moving. How did you?
I got 60 pages.
Did you hear that? She's too far away.
60 pages.
I heard it.
Nice. I managed 45 pages.
And I read about 32-ish and sorted out my shelves.
Yeah,
Nice.
I put my books back too.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you shuffle, the cat glares.
Yeah.
He's not having it.
I hope
This is very cozy.
Yeah, it looked really nice, like emerging out of this pillow fort after the reading
Yeah.
sprint.
It is so cool. Like I'm like I need to eat something or drink something really cold because I'm falling asleep.
Yeah.
I hope you switch to something else, Pixie. It is quite late in the evening for that.
No.
Good amount of pages. Are you enjoying your books?
It's okay. So I'm reading. The cat is not happy that Lizzie moved. I'm reading House of Hollow, and it's a book that people keep telling me I will absolutely adore, and I can definitely see why, because it's a YA mystery with like fairy tale elements to it. So these three sisters went missing when they were kids, and now they're creepy, and people keep calling them witches and stuff. And now, like 6 years later, the oldest sister has gone missing, and the other two are looking for them, and they can do like weird stuff, and it feels very similar to The Hazelwood by Melissa. What's her face? Melissa Albert. So I do like that, but I don't know if I'm in the mood for it right now, which is a shame because I've got to read it for tomorrow. So
Yeah, I really like that book. I think I gave it 4 stars because I think it was something like you said, like I was really looking into reading at that time. So I think that had a lot of influence for the higher rating.
That's fair.
I do want to try it at some point.
Yeah. Plus, to me, it felt a little different because I mean, I still read quite a bit of YA, and it feels not as cringy for what it is.
No, it's very emotionally aware of what it's doing, and it's very, the characters are all very articulate, like they're not idiots. And I feel like there's a real difference between writers who write teenagers who act like adults and writers who write teenagers who act like kids. These teenagers act like adults, which makes sense because they're doing adult things and they're going on this adult mystery. It's just written for teenagers, and I much prefer a book that's not going to talk down to me. Plus, I really enjoy the main character, one of the main characters, Vivi. She is like your classic punk rocker and just says it as it is, and just but like the way she speaks is so funny. Like I really enjoy her.
What's the older sister's name? Or I think she's the oldest. The one that's like missing. What is her name?
Gray. So you've got Gray, Vivi, and Iris.
Yeah,
in that order.
I do really like Gray. Like I like the allure of her and like all the stuff that she's into. I was like, if I was gonna pick one, that's the one I would want to be because she does all the fashion stuff.
Yeah, she seems really cool. But what about you guys? Are you enjoying your books?
Yeah, I was going to ask Tish, are you enjoying Tommy?
Yes, it's so creepy. Like, and like the panels are so nicely done. Because I feel like sometimes in the manga art, there's like a lot going on, but because the illustrations are like really like subtle, I like it a lot. It's very creepy.
Nice. I need to try something. Is it Ginger Eater?
Yes.
Yes, I need to try something. And I'm liking woman eating. I thought I would enjoy it more. I think there's just something about it that I'm not able to fully focus on it and get fully immersed. And I don't know what it is, but it's not that I'm readathoned out, because when I read One of Us is Lying, I'm 100% involved. So I do like it, but it's not breaking anything. It's not groundbreaking for me.
Yeah.
It's just nice.
Are you going to pick up something else in the next sprint?
No. I feel like it's a quick, easy read, and probably just be my last one for Gothtober, to be honest. I haven't got very far in my summer camp sprints, but that's my summer camp prompts, but that's okay.
That's fair.
How about you, Lizzie? Are you enjoying City of Brass?
Yeah, all the way back there.
I enjoyed it to begin with, but I'm 160 pages in, and I'm like, can we stop with the build up now and like actually get to what's going on? Because there's a lot of like telling of the lore and the stories, and I'm just getting a bit tired. And also, it had the absolute sin of one of the characters letting out a breath they didn't know they were holding, and I immediately cringed, and I was like, why is this here?
Why is this?
But I think I'm getting just a little bit tired of the really long form for no reason, because it feels very much like there's no reason for all of this build up.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna keep going, because I think I really like the mythology, and I love like the Egyptian mythology stuff and the actual like jinn and stuff. So I do want to keep reading it, but I'm also like, can we get to it now?
I will say for that book, the one thing I would fix about the series is the pacing. I love the series wholeheartedly, and I think it is fantastic and worth reading despite the pacing issues, but it doesn't, like 3 books and it's still kind of pacing issues all the way through. Lots and lots of reading.
Love that.
Hello. Productivity as well. That's all good. The Hazelwood.
Yeah, we reread it recently because Lizzie had never read it before, and I was rereading it, and it was the first. It was the first book that I read that I kind of devoured after coming out of the post-uni reading slump. So, like, every uni student knows this. There is at least a 3-month gap where no one wants to touch a book, right? Because you've been forced to read stuff for your course. So I really didn't want to read anything. And it was the first kind of book that I was really intrigued by, because it mixes mystery with fairy tales, but not in the ACOTAR fairy tales kind of way, but in like the classic Grimm fairy tales, in the Fae are crazy and they will get you, and if you don't live by their rules then they will punish you, and this kind of vibe of like where stories are dangerous. I really, really liked that. When we reread it, it was really nice to see all the foreshadowing that is kind of set up in the real world before it goes into the next bit. And I still really enjoyed it, but I tried to read the second book and hated it, and you kind of just stopped after the first book as well, didn't you?
Well, they had like the chapter kind of like what's it called, like the little teaser chapter at the end, and I was reading it, and I was like, this is really bad. I don't know what happened in between writing book 1 and book 2. Something happened with the author, like must have done, because the quality of the writing was markedly down, and I just hadn't got any reasoning to want to pick up the second one after reading the teaser chapter. It just did nothing for me.
Have you read this, Tish?
I haven't.
I think
I actually had 2 different copies of it, because I got one in like an owl crate, and then I bought the regular like black edition, but then I ended up like unhauling it because every time I would pick it up, I was just like, I was just never in the mood for it.
Yeah. It would make a really good vlog to read that one. Maybe Sawkill Girls and House of Hollow. Because I feel like all 3 of them, it's a creepy antagonist girl who knows she's got bad magic.
Yeah.
I feel like that would make a really interesting reading vlog. Unfortunately, I've read them all, so I'd be rereading it. It's not my content, but feel free, content ideas, guys. Maybe you can do that. Have you read the other 2? No. There you go. Job done.
I wish they would do like more standalones like that, because like you said, the second book being like not very great, it's like not everything needs to have a second book. And sometimes when you're dealing with like fairy tale aspect things, they serve their purpose so much better when it's just like one book, and then you can move on to a different kind of tale. Because I don't know, sometimes I'm just like, 3 books is good, but then some people will extend it and we're going 3, 6, 7, and I'm just like, enough.
I think Hazelwood as well, it ended in the way I kind of wanted it to end.
Mhm.
And then they had like a bit which had it like as an open ending for a series, but the actual ending of the plot was kind of perfect where I wanted it to be, so I kind of don't need there to be sequels.
Right.
So
hope you're doing
It's kind of
well,
like
Pixie.
Blood and Ash. Like, hated that book, but the fact that there's so many, and like it's gonna, and they're so big, I'm like, why? Like, I have real questions as to why you need chunky books, but you need 7 chunky books, or however many they're going to be.
I was really disappointed because I read the first one and then I was like, right, I'm going to tick off the series because I didn't hate it. Like, it wasn't my favorite by any stretch, but I didn't hate it. So I was like halfway through book 2 and I was like, now I only have 1 more to go. And then they were like, there's this spin-off series that's technically all part of it. So there's going to be 8 more books. And I was like, no, I will read the trilogy and then I will tick it off as done.
Yeah, I read the first one, gave it 2 stars, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna watch like spoiler videos if I want to know what happens to the rest, because it was just like there was so much going on, and like I just wasn't having fun. Like, at some point, if I don't like a book but I'm having a good time, like, okay, I totally understand. But it was just like a lot, and then just the stuff with the Black characters, and then her name being a literal other like synonym for the word black, and this, it was just like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah. No.
Was it really? That's crazy. I know he has a collection of like his short stories. It's on Crunchyroll, and I haven't watched that.
Lots of love.
Yeah, there's so many.
Question for you, Hannah.
I don't need to wear them, so I have whatever it's called, where one eye just doesn't bother sometimes. So I get headaches if I don't wear them for long periods of time because one eye is working harder than the other. I can never remember what it's called. Astigmatism. There we go. And I don't need them for driving. I don't need them for reading. It's just a case of if I'm really tired, I need them. I do, however, think I look better with glasses on. So feel free to put glasses on my sim. That'd be great.
And yes, it is a vampire novel. So
you love a vampire novel.
Yeah, I put that on my to buy TBR because Olivia, you're reading it on Thursday, weren't you? So I was I put it on my TBR to buy.
It is. I do like its like themes of like humanity and loneliness and all of those thoughts. And the mother-daughter relationship is interesting as well.
Somehow, like, I wonder how much that would affect me as a vampire, because it's like always a key theme, like in any vampire media, is like you live so long, you get lonely because everyone you develop relationships will eventually die. But like at some point of doing that for like millenniums, would it still be bothersome?
Well, this is the thing, is I feel like I've read so many of those novels and I'm like, but I have moved a lot and I've done different jobs a lot and I move through friendship groups a lot. And it's not necessarily that I fall out of like friendship with those people, but I might fall out of contact with them. Or like I've had friends that have like moved and lived abroad. So I'll only hear from them like once every 6 months. I'm like, it's fine. You can meet new people.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume like romantically is kind of what they're alluding to more, because like obviously that's a little bit different than friendships.
Yeah, but if you had an extroverted asexual vampire, I feel like they'd be all right.
Yeah, that's true.
I also feel like it will be harder in the beginning because of family.
Yeah.
And that first layer will hit you hard. But also in a mortal life, you do kind of go through that as well.
True.
So it's a bit...
That's fine.
The book Thief is very good.
I enjoyed the book Thief. It was very sad though.
It's fantastic.
Good place to start.
Is Black Phone, is that what the movie is based off of, or are those two different things?
I have no idea.
I feel like I want to say that's what the film is based off of, but that's just because it has the same title. So
that's what I was thinking too.
Black Phone's the one that's come out recently, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. I keep meaning to watch that. It looks really good. Yeah, Ellery Finch was done dirty in that book, to be fair.
So, what we're going to be doing next is we're going to be playing a game. I don't know how long it's going to last. We're going to play a game, which Hannah will introduce us to, and then we will be doing another sprint. I don't know if we're going to do one more or two more, but there will be a game in between. So that's what's going to be happening next. But hi, Amy. And is that a good segue? Do you want to take it over for the game?
Sure. So one of the first live shows I ever did on my channel was a game called Drunk, Stoned and Stupid, which is basically where you get prompts given to you, which are scenarios that are not the best kind of behavior usually, but I've tried to make them Final Girl representative of. So what we're all going to do is we're going to pick a fictional character from a beloved franchise. Could be book, game, film, I don't mind. And if people want to put those in the comments so that we can choose ones for each different round, we can. And then I will give you a statement. And the idea is you don't want the character you have chosen to take that point. So it could be something like, is most likely to fall asleep at a wedding, for example.
Okay.
And that's got nothing to do with Final Girls. It's just the first thing that came to my head. And you don't want to be that person. You don't want to end up with that in your list. So as hosts, I will be tracking to see how many times when you pick characters, your characters end up with those statements. And I'm going to get you to pick your characters before you see the statement as well.
Okay.
So let me just get my pen and paper.
And we're picking a different person for each round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my thought is like it. So it won't necessarily matter if you want to bring up the same character every single time because they're your favorite character, feel free. But I thought that way, people in the comments, if they want to throw up fictional characters that we might not have thought of, then we can do that as well. And what I've tried to do is all of these prompts are loosely Final Girl based, where I've tried to take true ones from Drunk, Stoned and Stupid and made them Final Girl relevant. But there are only 15. So if you want to do like 5 and then we read some more and then we do 5 and then read some more, we can do it that way. Or we can just spend the next hour playing this. Like that's absolutely fine. Totally up to you guys. So yeah. Have you got our fictional character, Lizzie?
Yeah, Gandalf.
Amazing. Okay. Tish?
I feel like every time we play these, I always pick Dean, but Dean.
I was literally thinking you were going to choose Dean.
It's a solid choice. And Olivia?
I will choose Edward Cullen.
I was very, very close to choosing Bella Swan. I feel like I'd love to see a Bella Swan Final Girl movie, just to see
I would
Bella's
watch that.
particular way of dealing with situations play out. I feel like that'd be a good time.
Okay.
The characters do not have to be Final Girls.
No, they don't.
No, I mean Gandalf would make an interesting Final Girl.
Right? Right.
Yeah, Dean has been a Final Girl for 15 seasons, so it's fine.
Yes, he has.
Yeah. Okay, so the first statement is most likely to die first. So out of Dean Winchester, Edward Cullen, and Gandalf, who would die first? And now I feel like this conversation could go for a while because I feel like all of these characters would fight tooth and nail to survive.
I would just say though, 2 out of the 3 are technically immortal. So sorry, Dean. I feel like out of the fact that you're
that kind of sucks.
And the fact that you have died, not spoilers, but not spoilers. It's a show about supernatural crap. I feel like Dean is the one that would die first.
But at this point, he is kind of immortal because he never stays dead. They always bring him back.
Dean has come back to life more times than Edward and Gandalf combined.
That's true.
Yes, but Gandalf is a literal god.
And he's been a demon, so that's fun.
So I've just seen Emma's comment of fighting tooth and nail nail. And if you know, you know, and if you know, I'm so sorry. Anyway, so okay, so you're saying Dean. What about you, Olivia? Where are you standing on that?
I think Dean would definitely die first. I'm sorry, Edward Cullen, he's too hard to kill. And then Gandalf would just do some magic stuff and survive. So I think Dean...
Disagree with Edward Cullen. All you need is a match or a lighter and a good aim.
Yeah,
because
but he can run super
Twilight go up
fast.
like.
Actually,
Yeah, but
want
he's
to agree.
for the Cullens.
He's very fast, but if you've got a good aim, and I mean, you trap him in a. I don't
No,
know.
no.
I was just say Dean is a hunter, and
Yeah.
he hates Twilight vampires. So
He
to be
does.
fair,
Yeah.
Yes, so then Edward would just kill him faster. Also, Edward literally has a gang that come with him. Dean has one brother.
He has friends. He's got stuff going on.
I actually think
but-
Dean has got enemies. Really,
No,
let's
that's
be honest.
true. That's
But
true.
he also has the King of Hell on his side most of the
Yeah.
time.
well, you know,
So-
there's the subtext between Dean and Cass. So, like, Cass would probably kill Edward.
Yeah, but
be fair.
now
And
the
he's an
like
angel, and angel-
vampires and
Definitely trumps vampires.
I think the vampires and werewolves united. And if like we tell Edward like you need to survive because Bella won't survive if you don't survive, then he's gonna survive. Like
Dean would
To
sleep
give him-
with Bella on purpose.
and
Yes,
then he'd be
but
dead.
wouldn't
Then
kill
he would
Edward.
die. Because Jacob and Edward would both kill him.
Well, no,
Imagine though.
no, because Edward had the whole conversation with Jacob. Like, if she picked you, I would walk away because I'm a bigger
Yeah,
man. So if Bella
No.
chose Dean, are we saying Edward is a good enough person?
he'd kill them
He
both.
Are we arguing that
No,
point?
he'd kill them
Because
both.
I feel
He-
like there's an argument to be made that he would let her walk away, but actually he wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't.
Mm-mm,
But you
mm-mm.
do raise an interesting point that if Bella has died already,
Mhm.
and technically is the first to die, Edward would end himself.
For sure.
So Dean just needs to kill Bella, and then
And like,
that'd be it.
Yeah, but
And not only
killing
that,
Bella
one
is
of my-
clearly the
one of my
hardest thing
things-
to do. There's 4 books of people trying to kill Bella. Nobody
Yeah, that's-
Yes,
succeeds.
they also
That's true.
wasn't a Gandalf and Dean team up
Yeah.
because I feel like if Gandalf
Lizzie.
and Dean went together,
Also,
Why are you teaming up against Edward Cullen? Lizzie, what are you doing?
okay, Olivia's feeling very attacked right now.
I agree and think Dean would die
Bella,
first.
I think
This
Dean would die
conversation
Yeah.
is giving me life. So I'm
We're waking up now. That's what's happening. Actually, I'm gonna get a wagon wheel.
I mean, to be fair though, Bella should have died in the first book, but James was just playing around too much. Had he just taken her and like killed her, that'd been it. That'd been it.
Yeah, but he just couldn't be bothered. Everybody feels like even Black Vampire had a chance to kill her, but he was just too busy talking. And
Yeah.
second book, like
Well, James just wanted to make a good movie. Laurent was there because Victoria wanted him to be there, and he wanted to just be in love with his Alaskan girlfriend.
Yeah.
And so
I
everyone
think
was kind of like, it's really inconvenient that I've got to kill you, but like I want to make this great movie of your death because I'm a director. Like I get that James vibe, and he gets a really great shot of Bella's lip at one point, and I'm like, movie making magic.
Amazing.
oh, I'm just seeing people's comments.
Yeah.
Stakes don't actually work on them. At least these Cullens doesn't work on the Cullens.
The stake would just shatter.
Dean's also been a vampire, so like I think we have to ask at which stage.
But he wasn't worthy of vampirehood. That's why he was downgraded.
No, he took an elixir because he didn't want to. He was like, I don't want to be a monster, so I'm gonna cure myself.
I love that she was like, no. Actually,
Dean would be like, Edward, are you tired? I have a cure. Do you want it?
He's not tired. He needs to stay alive so that I can keep on crushing.
I'm really enjoying all of the comments. All of the
Mhm.
comments are great.
I can't keep up with the comments, guys. They're just there, and they're just epic.
Love that.
Well,
Oh, please.
Yeah.
what is our conclusion?
Well, I guess Dean because he's the only human.
Mhm.
Yeah, it does.
I mean-
It does.
I feel like it should be just like void because if it was human or human, he would not die.
I mean, Gandalf is the closest in age. Actually, Is he older than Edward?
Gandalf's older than Edward, for sure.
For sure.
So he's further along in the mortality thing. I mean, he's probably not going to die anytime soon, but
Yeah.
I think it's unfortunate because I think if you were up against any other opponents, Dean would probably be the most likely to survive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
It's
you
only
were up
because,
against Gandalf and Edward
yeah,
Cullen.
like if they were normal people, but of course you guys had to pick lazy people. What is this?
It's called playing the game.
Okay, I'm
All
going to
right.
require 3 new characters from you, please.
Damon Salvatore.
Of course.
All right. Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Adam Parrish from Raven Cycle.
Who?
From Raven Cycle. Yeah, Liz is going to back out because she doesn't like that series.
No, I
'cause she's
don't know.
got
I
terrible
don't know
taste.
two of these characters. And yeah, I'm
Oh.
not a fan. Well, I've read the first one and I didn't like it because it felt like a prologue, and I have a really big bee in my bonnet about books and series. And
I
the
actually-
first book, which is a big prologue.
I actually have the same, but to me, it did not feel too much a prologue. I don't know how, but at the time that I read it, I was still like, I don't know. I think I fell in love with the characters because it's so character driven. And as I found with The Name of the Wind, if I like a character enough, it trumps the whole I hate books being a prologue.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's just that was what put me off. I don't necessarily.
You can ignore everything she says though, because she reads books that are like 1,000 pages long for fun. So like, I wouldn't worry about it. Right.
I know where you sleep.
I mean, I'm not worried. I do love the Raven Cycle. Like, no one can steal it
That's fine.
from my heart.
Most token wholesome character. So in every thriller, there tends to be one where they're just to be cute. I'm already saying I think you may have lost with Damon because Damon is not the token wholesome.
So wait, we want our character to be the token wholesome one?
Well,
You don't.
I mean, really, in a thriller, you don't want them to be the token wholesome one because they die.
So we're arguing that our character would not be the token wholesome one.
Mhm.
What's your character called again, Tish?
His name is Gojo, and he's like the most powerful sorcerer in the anime. So this is not him. He actually exudes more fuckboy behavior than anything. So definitely.
So not wholesome then.
No.
Yeah, he's. Oh. Adam Parrish is not actually wholesome either.
Damon goes through a wholesome phase, like a really wholesome phase where everything he does is for you know, and then like the way he is with Bonnie, maybe.
Damon does not strike me as wholesome at all.
That's Stefan, isn't it?
It is Stefan, but it was the way you said everything he does is for Elena. I was like, I would die for Elena. I'm for Elena.
I will always protect Elena. I'm always waiting for Elena. Yeah, you're right. That is funny.
Yeah, Damon does have a wholesome phase, but it's very much a phase.
But let's be honest, he's more wholesome than the other two characters.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't speak for that, but I will take the loss
I
if I
cannot
need
speak
to.
for that. I also really enjoy that Emma does not want to let it go that you said, I know where you sleep.
I do.
It's fine though, because I'm up an extra flight of stairs, so Lizzie won't make the effort to go
No,
upstairs.
that's
And if she
absolutely
does,
true.
it will only be to get to the office. So it's fine.
Or there's a murderer who's coming to the house, and I will just leg it upstairs. I won't leg it. I don't leg it anywhere. What am I talking about? I will go very slowly and hope that the murderer.
I will go very slowly upstairs.
And yes, I can back up Tish's claims. I needed to see a picture of him, and then the memes like click into slot.
Yeah. I feel like you can be wholesome if you conquer your toxic masculinity. And he was born in like the 1800s. Like, give the guy a break.
It's just like, oh, my boyfriend's so wholesome. He conquered his toxic masculinity.
I still can't get over that they made them like Confederate soldiers. Like I was like, we could have left that out. We could have
Right?
And
And it's
that
just
out.
like I have so many questions because there are so many like vampire narratives
Mhm.
where they go, oh, and this harks back to the American Civil War.
Yeah.
Why are they never on the good side? Why are they never on the not racist side? Why
Yeah.
are they always Confederate? Why?
Yeah. And like they didn't even have to go to war. Like they didn't have to be there. They didn't even have to be American. They could have came from anywhere.
They could have been anywhere.
I
They could have been from anywhere.
I think my favourite one though is when Jasper Cullen is when everyone realizes that he was on the wrong side of the Confederate Army. I was on the Civil War and the Confederates,
Yeah.
and I always cracked me up because I'm like, why Stephanie
Yeah.
Meyer? Like that was a choice.
No,
you did not
we
have
know
to make.
why. Because have you seen the illustrated edition of Twilight where it shows what their house looks like?
No. Is it like a plantation?
Yeah.
Oh.
Of course it is.
Of course it is.
It was just so like she paints him to be so wholesome and gentlemanly and just perfect, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, and he was also on the." I'm like,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get this horrible
and
agenda.
also,
I'm just gonna get this agenda.
Also a
in.
cheeky bit racist.
And it's like I'm just gonna remind everyone I'm Mormon, and like
Yeah.
stuff, like small little things to sprinkle.
Yeah.
in.
I need to send you guys. There's an improv YouTube video where this guy is a Confederate soldier and he's like the ghost of a Confederate soldier.
Mhm.
And he talks about how his job or one of his roles was to collect black men and women who'd escaped, and how he made it his vengeance that even in the afterlife he would do that, and how obviously now it's been like 200 years or whatever, he can see that he was on the wrong side of that, but like he's made this pledge and he doesn't really know what to do now because he's just hanging out in the afterlife because he doesn't want to do that, but like he also, and it's the way it's done is so clever and so funny, because then he goes, and then I made it my mission that I would deconstruct the institutionalized racism, which is really hard for a white guy to do on his own. Like, and it's just like the way it's done is so clever. But I feel like that's the only Confederate thing I want to watch.
yeah, that's fair.
You haven't learned, yeah. And this is why I don't understand why people like racists so much, like vampires so much, because they're always racist.
I mean, people cite their age a lot, and I'm like, yeah, but old people can also learn.
I don't know. My grandma is not.
Yes, but then they're also painted at being stuck at the age, and I'm like, well, if they're that age, then they must be woke as fuck, you know?
That's the other thing I don't get, because like if they're teens, right? Like imagine a Gen Z vampire.
I don't want to.
Like, other than the fact that they would take over the world and we would all be paying for it dearly, you wouldn't see any racism. You wouldn't see it.
No.
But
Right,
what
what's your cat doing?
I don't know. I think the fireworks have picked them out.
They would just
Okay.
be trying to cancel other vampires.
Yeah. I'm going to say you lost that one. You're getting the point.
Oh, okay.
I'm making the executive decision.
All right.
Because I think we all agreed vampires are racist, but when they're not racist, they're wholesome. So, right? That's
right.
That's what we're taking away from that? No, just me? Okay. Okay, right. 3 new characters, please.
King Thranduil of the Woodland Realm.
Okay, I'm just going to put Thranny Daddy because I don't know how to say his name.
Danny Crummy. He is sexy though.
He is sexy though. Okay.
You know what? Let me pick Rhaenyra from House of the Dragon.
Good choice.
That's a very good choice. She'd make an epic final girl.
I love her so much.
I also don't know how to spell her name, so that's fun.
I'm
Right,
gonna-
Olivia, you now have to pick a character whose name I cannot spell so that we can be 3 for 3.
I was actually thinking about going with Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul to go for anime, like Tish did.
Oh.
So
I love
Cool.
him. Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna just put Han. I'm sorry.
You can put Ken because that's part of his name.
Okay.
Ken.
Han Ken. There we go.
And Ken.
I was just thinking about Barbie.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, right. The next one is most likely to already have a weapon on them.
Why do I feel like? Well, Olivia.
I know. Sorry. He is no. I need to
Go on.
fight this.
He has a weapon attached to him at all times.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't want to use it.
But he has a weapon on him, right?
I have no
Literally,
defense. It literally comes out of
Literally.
his back.
Oh no. So am I just? You were doing really well. You were 2 for 2 on not getting any of the points, and now I
Yeah.
feel like
That went badly.
To be fair, Thranduil would have been a close second because he's always got his like sword nearby.
Yeah, because he chops people's heads off
He
when he feels
does.
like it.
When he
But
feels
also,
like
I
it.
feel like Rhaenyra is kind of a good
That's
shout
what I was gonna say too.
because, like, she would have like a dagger and just be like, yeah.
Yeah, just pulling it out.
Yeah, and she also like rides dragons and shit, and they're a pretty
That's
good weapon.
true.
I like that. He kind of is the weapon.
Well.
Yeah. Also, yeah, because he's also like a ghoul, so he like eats people.
Yeah.
Not by choice.
You can feel sorry for him and still take the point, Olivia. That's okay.
I'm not going to fight the point. I deserve this point.
Okay.
Does Grace from Ready or Not always have a weapon on them?
Well, I would say no, because they didn't arrive at their wedding equipped.
Yeah.
They had to go and get one. So I would say they are not the most likely.
Yeah. And in several parts, she kind of is in a position where she doesn't have, like, she can't.
She has to go and source one.
She even thinks she has one at one point and it doesn't work.
And then doesn't. Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Oh, that would be so. I would just be like, you know what? I'll just sit down.
Like, no. Yeah. To be fair, she swings a teapot like a pro.
She does.
She's been drinking tea from day one.
Yeah. Okay, right. 3 more characters then, please.
Jack Skellington.
Jack Skellington.
Nice.
Making it spooky. Are you coming in quickly in case they take the characters you want? Because I think you've jumped in for the last 3 rounds. I've not even looked to you.
Sorry.
I've just gone 3 characters and you've gone.
I have it in my head and I'll forget otherwise.
I'm gonna go with Michael Myers.
Nice.
Can we have that movie, please? Jack Skellington versus Michael Myers.
I'd watch it.
That'd be so
I'd
cool.
watch it.
I would love to see Michael Myers like in stop motion. That would be funny because
Yes.
he just walks everywhere.
What's this? What's this? Oh my
Just
god,
be
it's
like-
on live.
I'm going to go with Scarlet from Lunar Chronicles,
Okay.
who would definitely be a final girl, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. The next prompt is most likely to take the fall for the real killer. So not the killer, just not smart enough to get themselves out of trouble, like being in trouble.
Oh well, I am the real killer, so I'm out.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't have to worry about this one. You don't get the point.
Scarlet would never. She's too much into justice and getting revenge and stuff like that.
Well, it's not necessarily that she would take the fall because she's like doing it as a good deed, but more that they got like either maybe if they take the fall, it'll be a case of the evidence all points to them and they can't get out of that. In which case, I feel like maybe, especially considering how like they start.
But I think she would not want to because she'd want the real killer to always be revealed.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. The comments are saying Jack Skellington.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
the
Jack
thing is-
too.
The thing is, right? Jack took over and tried to be Santa Claus, and he did take the fall for trying to ruin Christmas. And he did do that.
And he did do that.
I don't think he would ever be the killer because he's a skeleton. So like human justice doesn't apply to skeletons, right? I don't think he would take the fall for it.
You've just said that he did take the fall for
No,
it.
but he did take the fall for the thing he did.
Yeah.
Not for the real killer, like for the real
Well,
Santa Claus.
Those kids threatened to kill Santa Claus in a multitude of ways. So technically,
That wasn't Jack though, and he also told them explicitly not to do that thing.
Yeah, but he still took the fall. You've just said that by your own admission.
For the thing he did. Not for something someone else did. The thing that he did.
He didn't kidnap Santa Claus. Just saying.
I think the
He
people have
was bombed
spoken.
down for ruining Christmas.
Yeah, the literal fall. He literally took the fall.
I will die on this hill.
Feel free to die on that hill. I'm giving Jack Skellington the point.
No!
Like, Michael Myers is the killer. He can't take the fall. He's the killer. He did
I
it.
feel like if he wasn't the killer, though, he totally would. So okay.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works.
Fine,
You're
I'm
not a
fine
very
with that.
Michael, he's never not been the killer.
No. When have I ever been a sporting loser? Fine.
She's getting grumpy now, guys. So we're going to do one more round, and then we'll probably do a reading sprint if that's cool.
That sounds like a good way to
We can
calm
come back to
everybody
it. I've
down.
got more, but for now, Lizzie needs to chill out. Okay.
Again, I know where you speak.
Yeah, and I'm stronger than you are. You know. Right, Olivia, would you like to go first this time?
Oh, I had a character in mind and then I just forgot.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not
Lizzie's-
really. I need to come back to this.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
I was gonna choose. I was gonna choose Grace from Ready or Not. Let's go with Grace.
I'm gonna go with Wrath, which is the guy in Kingdom of the Cursed.
Okay.
He's a demon prince, just for anyone who hasn't.
I just seen Emma's comment and that really tickled me. That's how I talk to Lizzie on a regular basis.
It is exactly how she talks to me. And
And who's your character going to be?
I will slap you. I'm not above slapping you.
No, I know.
This is why I need to say it first, Hannah. The 10th Doctor.
Okay.
Oh,
Specifically,
nice one.
because 10 is the one that will fuck you up.
Right, so. Okay.
In any way he wants.
Anyway. The worst babysitter ever. I feel like Grace would not be the worst babysitter ever. I feel like she would do her best.
I feel like the fact it's like a literal demon prince might not be the best way to have a babysitter. I'm just saying. Because
I mean, considering he babysits the main character the entire time, I would say yeah, because he could kill her, and I there are so many times when I wish he would, but he doesn't.
Tell me 10 isn't the worst babysitter.
he is not the worst babysitter though, because he'd be like, let's go on these really fun adventures, and then he'd take them back, it'd be fine.
But oh no, that was 11, wasn't it? 11 was the one who went on a trip with Amy when she was a child and then left her at the doorstep.
That was 11.
That was 11. I feel like
Which one
10
was it?
could either be very 10 could be very good, or he could start being attentive and then something happens and his mind totally forgets that the child exists and he's off doing a whole adventure.
I mean, let's not talk about the literal child he traps behind a mirror. That one episode. Let's not talk. But then that wasn't actually a child, though. That was an alien who took over the child's body.
Still creepy.
So.
Also, I literally watched a TikTok earlier today where he brings what's-her-face Billy back onto the TARDIS and has accidentally kidnapped her mother as well. Didn't even realise she was there. So I feel like
that's my favourite episode.
10 would
in
would
that
be the
episode as
worst.
well. He tries to play off Rose's mum as Rose.
Yeah. I feel like the problem is like you'd come home from like whatever evening function you were at and he'd be like, yeah, the baby was really quiet all night, it's fine. And then you go in to like look into the crate and it's a raccoon or something. It doesn't even remotely look like your child. It's just curled up looking really confused in a onesie, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, so
He'd be a great babysitter, okay? I feel like the fact that 10 has lost from a literal demon prince feels wrong. I feel like you're doing it now just to be mean.
No, he's really. There's one scene he's not great, but like he's kind of like he's very much into like justice. So he would be like, sit here, don't do anything. I can't lose you.
Yeah,
that would be bad.
Yeah, 10, you could not guarantee that your baby would be alive by the end or not lost on some other galaxy or timeline. So, no.
I mean, whatever.
It's even Prince, I want an heir and a I love that.
All right, I've not had an actual conversation with you, but you've bullied me more than like literally anyone else. It's fine though. It's all in depth. It's fine.
I was going to say the only thing that could go against Grace is that she did knock a child out, but then again, the child did shoot her in the hand.
Yeah, no,
so
he shot first. So
she fucking punched him though.
And
one punch knocked out, gone.
Amazing.
Oh, best scene of the whole movie.
We both went, oh, it was so good. It was so good. Cool. Okay, so Lizzie is losing with 3 points, and Tish and Olivia have 1 each. So I think maybe if we do a cheeky reading sprint, and then we'll come back to some more in a bit.
Are we halfway through this?
No, I've got 15 slides, so we're a third of the way.
Okay, let's do a reading sprint. Should we do half an hour so it's a shorter reading sprint? Do some more half an hour, finish up.
Sounds good. I am going to make myself another chai latte though, because I feel like I need the sugar to keep me going. And I obviously won't be sat in the book nook because somebody, I don't know if you can see this, Blue has just fully just curled up in the middle of the pillow that I was sat on. So I'm going to sit on the sofa instead, but I will still be in the room. I just won't be in the pillow fort, or the pillow port as I called it earlier.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab a quick snack as well.
I consumed all my banana bread, so I'm good.
We've got wagon wheels. We've gone old school jammy wagon wheels. So
Not only that, Hannah snuck them in like the actual wagon wheel ninja she is. I didn't even know that Hannah had picked them up.
if I can do anything, it's get snacks into the trolley before Lizzie notices. That's my one skill. Cool. Right, I will see you in half an hour then.
Yes. See you.
the end of our next sprint.
How did it go for everyone?
I managed 30 pages and I made a very, very sickly sweet hot chocolate with marshmallows and whipped cream because I'm a child.
Nice.
I think I read about another 60 or so pages. It's so nice reading this because it's so much quicker than the regular pages.
And I read 30-ish pages again. I think this is just an okay book for me, which is sad because it's vampires, so I wanted to love it. I think it's just okay. How did it go, Lizzie?
I read 44 pages.
Are you falling asleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really comfy in here.
It's difficult. This is like 10:30. I'm like, oh, this is where I'd usually go to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you going to try and make it to midnight?
Yes. Yeah. We can do it. We'll argue. We'll argue more and wake up.
Yeah. Maybe we need to do what Ali from Hardback Horde does and just have like a little dance break. Put some music on, move around a bit, and then we'll be fine.
Oh, that does sound tiring. Slow and steady is the path to recovery. Nice.
I'm not done with Gothtober. Nice.
Just keep it going. We've mentioned Gothtober. It's a thing.
It is Gothtober. Maybe we should do like a 3-month Gothtober one.
Hannah, I just see our like stress and exhaustion just elongated.
I'm just winding up the cat at the moment. I've got all my post-it notes that I was using earlier that I'm now just like flicking to him, and he's like,
Perfect choice.
But yes, I think we're going to do another 6 of the game.
yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. Let's get my pen then. Where did I put my pen? There it is, under my foot. Excellent. Right. Lisbeth, what character would you like to go with first?
Nikita.
Nice. We've been watching Nikita, the TV series, which is based on a Marvel comic, and it's not good. Like it's made in the noughties, but it feels like a 90s show. But it is so much fun, and I have been desperate to get Lizzie to watch it for ages because there are so many things that Jay Kristoff has just straight up stolen from this comic book, right?
Really?
Yeah, like because obviously in Nevernight, she's learning to be an assassin, and Nikita, it's all about them learning to be assassins. So, and it's also got the same sort of plot line of like trying to take down the organization that trains them and stuff.
Right.
So it's basically beat for beat the same thing, but one's fantasy and one's like a 90s drama. But Lizzie's really enjoying it. So
he seems not. I mean. He just seems kind of like an annoying person.
Yeah.
Just with the way he is online, like the stuff that he said. And so it's like really put me off of reading just about anything he comes out with. And like I had Nevernight and I was planning on reading it. But then I just like was over it and I was like, I don't want to read this either. Because I don't know, she's pretty young and just some of the ways that he talks about her and because she's young, it was very icky.
very icky.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'm like I enjoyed the series. I enjoyed the first one. The second one was kind of boring, and the third one brought it back for me. But like, it's not good. Like, his behavior is not good either. So
yeah, I just wish I could understand why male authors have such a weird way.
No, that's it. That's a sentence. Why male authors?
I just don't understand because like reading like Kafka on the Shore too, like Haruki Murakami has a very not good way of writing women, but like his stories are so good. But I'm like, what is this? Why is every one of them plagued with this? Like they can't write, like they've never met a real one in real life. Like why are you describing things like this?
Yeah. That's a whole mood. Olivia, go on.
Sorry, I was gonna say, but Murakami has the excuse that his is translated works. So it could just be a bad translation. You never know.
Yeah.
I feel like they would have caught that out by now.
Yeah. I mean, like every time.
For sure. But I'm just saying that's not for argument's sake, like in technicalities, you know.
Yeah.
I'll just tell that to myself so I feel better about like really enjoying his books.
That's fair. Okay, Olivia, what character are you going to go with this time?
I saw this comment, so I'm going to go with Miss Marple.
Nice. There was one adaptation where every single episode at one point Miss Marple would say, "How very interesting," and again, it's one of those things that my dad says to me on a regular basis. Like that's the quote that he does. It's Anywho, Tish.
Batman.
Nice.
This is a great lineup, just saying.
Batman, Nikita, and Miss Marple. I love that.
We're getting a team together, guys.
Yeah, we're getting a team. Jeez. Okay. So the prompt is most likely to be manipulated by their lover.
Well,
So it's one of my favorite tropes in Final Girls is when it turns out to be like the boyfriend or the girlfriend who is the killer. So with that comes this manipulation. So
Miss Marple's out of the question. She's
she can't
overloved.
be manipulated by nobody.
I think Batman, because, you know, there's a whole thing with Catwoman. I feel like Batman gets manipulated by people, by women specifically, very pretty women, very easily.
You know what I think it is? Because I'm going to dig in on my own pick. Is like, he just has so much trauma that he refuses to unpack. And I'm like, you know what? If you would unpack it, maybe women would stop pulling the wool over your eyes all the time. You know? Just ask some questions. Go to therapy. Yeah. You're a billionaire. Go to therapy.
Yeah, you can afford it.
Yeah. Ask some questions. Go to therapy. I love that. That was so well put. Yeah. Because like Nikita's manipulated by people, but not to the same extent.
She manipulates most.
She's very much Catwoman, so I feel like that works.
Also, in like the Christian Bale movies, is it the second one? The first one.
Yeah.
He literally gets manipulated by the daughter because he's like, "Oh, why did you just stab me? What do you mean? What's going on?" And I'm like, okay. Everyone saw it coming but Batman, so that's nice.
Mm-hmm. I feel like even to some extent the Joker manipulates him. Like
And the Joker is, of course, Batman's famous lover.
All I can hear is you chewing behind me.
Sorry, it's marshmallow. She's
eating marshmallows behind me, and all I can hear is it's just very close. But you're right. The Joker is his lover for sure. Yeah. Cool. Okay. I'm sorry, Batman. you
right. That was an unfortunate question to have picked. Batman.
Yeah. Again, like Batman could have survived most things except being manipulated.
This feels very much like the first question. Just not a good pull on my part.
Yeah. No, there was so much opportunity there, and it just hasn't panned out for you. Okay, but because you got your point straight away, Tish, I'll let you go first with your next character.
Oh, let's go with Legolas.
Nice, Legolas. Olivia?
Tyrion Lannister.
Nice,
Tyrion.
I say this only having read the first 2 books, so
that's fair. That's fair. That's understandable. Why are you just sitting there flaring your nostrils at me?
What you should go with?
Just pick one. or have a look through the comments and see.
Can't see them. Oh, King Julian from Madagascar.
Oh
Why
my
not?
God. Jesus Christ. Be quiet. Who's speaking? Oh, it's me.
Who's making all that noise? Oh, it's me again. King Julian's a mood. I feel like I am very much like I feel like my soul.
He's your soul. Has a 3-hour phone conversation about gothic fiction. Now you can't pick me for this one because you've got fictional characters, but otherwise. So King Julian, I mean, he could absolutely talk for 3 hours.
He could talk for 3 hours.
Like if he
I don't know about gothic fiction though.
Legolas, I don't think. would talk
Legolas
about
is
it that
too
much.
busy doing his hair in the morning to talk about anything but hair products. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
I could definitely see Tyrion talking about it.
and Tyrion
doesn't even know what a phone is.
No, but he knows books and he's very smart. And out of the 3 characters, he's the one I could see really getting into those gothic novels and bugging them for 3 hours. He doesn't even need a phone. He will just find someone and
he'll send a raven if he needs to.
Yeah, he'll send like a whole 20-page essay.
Yeah.
And now I feel like I would love to watch Peter Dinklage do that.
Yeah. Hard same.
I tried to defend him, but
I just feel like again the lineup got you there. But I feel like King Julian, if it were like King Julian is a very close second, if not like a usurper in that, because I feel like it's not necessarily that what he's saying is articulate or right, but he would fill 3 hours, like without question.
He would make a song about it.
I just don't think he's into gothic fiction. Like he's not cool enough for that. He thinks he's cool and he has a chameleon on his hat. Like
That's true.
He's a king, but he's a sweetheart. Oh, he would. He would. I don't think he's a great listener though. I feel like at least with Tyrion, I feel like it would hit 3 hours because there would actually be a conversation as opposed to a monologue.
It's King Julian, you. Oh.
That's the last time I invite you on one of my live shows. Okay, so we're giving that one to Tyrion, yeah?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Right, well, let's stick with tradition then. Olivia, you got the point, so you can pick your next character first.
Romeo.
Nice. Lizzie?
I was also going to go with a Romeo and Juliet character. Weird. I'm going to go with it though. Mercutio.
Do you want to keep with the theme, Tish, or are you going to mix it up a bit?
I'm unfortunately going to mix it up and go with Wednesday Addams.
Nice. Wednesday. A couple of while-looking covers.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, the next prompt is spends all day interpreting clues. So it was the original one was interpreting texts. So anything they find, they would overthink basically. I feel like this is going to fall to Romeo, but it could be Mercutio because he also likes the monologue.
This sounds like too much caring for Wednesday, so
Yeah.
I think the thing with Mercutio is he will make up bullshit. He won't spend the time to interpret like what they're actually trying to say. He will just be like, nah, I'm just going to talk shit at you for 3 hours and not actually help you figure out what's going on at all.
Yeah, so it's his interpretation, but not actually including any of the clues whatsoever.
Right.
Whereas Romeo, come on, Juliet's just talking, and he's like, "Should I speak?" And it's like, "No, you're being a creeper."
What would it be like?
I don't think Romeo spends that time like deciding things though, because he's too like wishy-washy. He's not smart enough. He sees one girl, he leaps to another. He sees Juliet, and he doesn't care about any of the hints that this is going to end badly. And he's just like, "Well, let me go touch her hand and like climb her balcony." Like he doesn't interpret the clues. He just shoots his shot.
He kind of gives off like YOLO energy.
I'm sorry. He hears one conversation that Juliet's dead, doesn't go talk to the friar once, and just goes and like, she's dead.
Not interpreting those clues at all. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't interpret those clues.
Yeah.
Well, he interprets the clue that he had this one conversation, so she must
not
be
a
dead.
clue. That was the opposite of a clue.
Lizzie's like, oh no.
So I think you're getting the point there, Lizzie. I feel like it's going to Mercutio.
I feel like that feels wrong.
Really? Because we all agree that it's correct.
Here we go again.
Let's see what people say in the chat. But I do think Romeo doesn't interpret cues.
Romeo's too green. I quite
Yeah.
like that. Can we get a version of Romeo and Juliet where Wednesday Addams plays Juliet? Yes. I would love to see, like when they do the Thanksgiving play, and it's like, well, actually, no, we're going to do it different this time.
Yeah.
I feel like if Wednesday Addams was playing Juliet, she'd be like, yeah, Romeo can die, Paris can die, Mercutio can die, Tybalt can die, and I'm not killing myself. Like, that's just, I feel like that's how the play would end, Oh, I love spoilers. It's been out for 400 years.
I mean, it's no excuse
No, I know.
technically. But
I'm terrible.
also,
I'm terrible for spoilers at the best of times. So where I've been doing like weekly vlogs, I'm so bad for spoilers and telling people how stuff ends that I have started wrapping stuff up at 100 pages so that I don't do that, because I'm really bad for just giving away the ending. So now the only time I will explain the ending is in like my wrap-ups, and it's because I literally can't not. And I feel like if you're still watching my wrap-ups now, that's what's going to happen. The moment I start talking about a book, you can just skip. It's cool.
I utilize the timestamp. I'll be like, listen, I'm about to rant about everything in this book, so you can go right up here if you don't want to hear that.
Yeah. I like telling people Jesus dies in this Bible. Spoiler. Yeah. No, I think that's fair. That's fair. But I really wish I wasn't so bad, but I'm really excitable and an absolute child. So trying to rein in that enthusiasm is just not going to happen. But I don't mean it maliciously. Cool. Right, Lizzie, who would you like to nominate?
Eddie Munson.
Eddie Munson. An adorable, precious baby boy. Tish?
I guess we can stick with Stranger Things. Let's do Lucas.
Lucas.
Also a precious.
Also a precious bit. Like, he's literally my favourite. From day dot, he's been my favourite.
He is the least. No, I also love Dustin.
Yeah.
Dustin is also great, but I feel like Lucas is underrated massively.
For sure.
Olivia?
I have not watched Stranger Things, so I shall go for Shrek.
That was such a left turn. Like, I did not see that coming at all. That was incredible.
If Shrek isn't the next season's monster, I'm rioting.
Amazing. I'm gonna go with Shrek. Okay. Fair. Okay, and the prompt, I love that so much, is has a dark side between Shrek, Lucas, and Eddie Munson. I feel like it's going to be hard won between Eddie Munson and Shrek,
No, because Shrek literally yells in a donkey's face.
Yeah, but that is his side. Therefore, he can't have a darker side than that.
But he is just a dark side.
No, I think
I feel like the only dark side Shrek has is the side that we have created as a society for him through memes.
We as a society. I'd like to point out that I never prejudiced against Shrek, actually.
If we want to fight that, Eddie Munson is literally painted evil by society.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
what I'm saying. It's going to be a hard one between Eddie and Shrek. Layers! Shrek is an onion, okay? He has layers, not sides.
What about Parfait?
Everybody loves Parfait. Parfait's delicious.
Why Shrek happened and I
Yells
can't feel.
Yeah, if you yell at donkeys, you're a bad person.
You have a dark side.
Onions. I love that. That's literally all I was written. Onions.
I can't defend because I don't know the other character. I think Lizzie, you need to attack Tish's character for me, please.
Lucas doesn't have a dark side.
Lucas doesn't have a dark side.
Lucas is not a bad person in any way.
Yeah.
So I can't attack Lucas. Like, Lucas is like absolutely out for this.
He's a traumatized little baby who is just doing his best.
He really is. And he's a little bit in love. And it's so sad.
Okay, never mind. Okay, let's attack Lizzie's character now.
Eddie Munson also is a precious baby suffering from trauma. I don't know if he has a dark side, but I feel like he definitely has his gut instinct when it comes to self-preservation is violence. So I feel like
No, it's not. It's to run.
well, there's clips that I've seen. I do feel like it would have been so much more interesting for season 4 if it had been his origin, like villain origin story. And I'd have believed it. I'd have believed it more than
doing that though. You know, with all the extra, like his character. You know how he's supposed to be like.
Fingers crossed.
We don't know.
And that could be a little dark.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be argued that Eddie has a dark side, but I just feel like it's lots of society stuff. Like they literally did the whole D&D cult thing, and like that's just a hobby. And yes, he sells drugs, but again, he has drugs because he's dealing with all the trauma. You know, like where's his parents? Like, I don't know.
Whereas Shrek was literally born that way. There's nothing he can do about it. So I feel like, as trauma goes.
And then his swamp gets taken over by all these fairy tale creatures.
There are a lot of analogies for just the general way white specific colonization affects people in Shrek. Like it is an analogy for the way that we treat underclass people and minorities.
I feel like we don't have a character here.
No.
Like, we just don't have one.
No, they're all too precious. None of them have dark sides.
I can see the argument for Eddie though, so if we want to just give me the point, that's fine because I'm the
I can see it. No, we'll leave that one because I feel like there's no winners here. They're all precious babies, and we will protect all of them. Apparently, even Shrek's.
Shrek just wants to be accepted. Everybody thinks he's already bad, and he's like, "Listen, I just want to be left alone."
Well, no, because Shrek's like, I'm fine being like this. Everyone leave me be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't even eat people, though. That's what I mean. It's like people are screaming that he's just running around murdering people, and he's like, actually, I'm just sitting in my mud swamp.
I've never done that. Yeah, I farted this morning and killed a bunch of fish. That's it.
And like, if you're going to attack me, I'll attack you. But like, I want you to like get these people out of my swamp.
He doesn't even attack them. They take over his whole house, and he's just like, "Fine, I'll go find this like princess."
Yeah, like he doesn't use violence at all.
Why are we having a philosophical conversation?
Because it's Shrek, and we're like millennials. It's the dumb thing.
But it's a child. It's 10 to 11 at night.
I know. Well, you're not gonna have this conversation at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, are you? Come on.
Get out of my swamp, heart.
I mean, on my end, you will.
Oh my god.
Oh, I love that. Well, what we could do though is go back to your previous characters and decide who between those three has a dark side. Because you've got Mercutio, Wednesday, and Romeo, and I feel like an argument could definitely be made for Romeo.
Having a dark side?
Yeah.
Romeo's like a wet blanket to have a dark side.
He goes on a killing spree after his friend dies. So
yeah, but
I feel like this would also be unfair because Wednesday is the dark, like that is
she is that she doesn't have a light side or a dark side. She just is.
And it's the same argument that we had for Shrek, why Wednesday doesn't.
Yeah, it's society's values. That's what it is. Also, I just saw, I don't think you've done it on purpose, but the fact that you've spelt Shrek's name wrong and it's come out as Shirk really tickled me. And I know that's not what you've meant to do, but I really enjoyed it. Looks like it'd kill you, would not kill you. It's cinnamon roll. Yeah, that's fair. But Mercutio also has a dark side. Like, he's malicious.
Yeah, he's an arsehole. For sure.
Okay, well, we can skip it if you prefer.
This is too tricky.
It's too tricky. Too much flexibility there. Okay. In which case, I will randomly Tish. There you go. you can pick your character first.
Let's see. Let's go with Castiel.
Nice. I'm genuinely amazed you haven't just made it through the entire Supernatural cast list, to be honest. Like, so far you've gone with 2 characters. I'm proud of you.
It's there. It's like right at the tip of my tongue, and I'm like, let me go somewhere else. Let me try something.
Yeah, let me swap. Lizzie?
Beetlejuice.
Oh, don't say it to me.
That's a good one.
Olivia?
I'm gonna go with Prince Ali from City of Brass series.
Why was I thinking of Aladdin? I almost
I was immediately thinking Aladdin too. Okay, the next prompt is would kiss the killer.
Oh.
And there's another one afterwards that links to this, so we can use the same characters for both, or I will let you pick new characters. But would kiss the killer, Beetlejuice for sure.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
With
100%.
tongues, he'd
But
be in there.
also, Castiel, I feel like he would also kiss the killer out of really not knowing what to do in a situation.
But if we were going for like who would make the first move
Oh, Beetlejuice,
with the
for
killer,
sure.
Beetlejuice. I feel
I'm
like
not
Castiel
arguing
would
that,
not
like,
make the first move there.
Beetlejuice for sure.
And I don't
'Cause
know
I mean,
Prince
you know,
Ali well enough.
Cass wants to kill everyone first
Mm.
and then ask questions. So until like he spends more time with Dean and Sam,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because he almost killed Dean and Sam.
Mm. And he doesn't do enough kissing, in my opinion. That whole series would be better if Castiel did more kissing. Just saying.
This is also true. They all should have been more like Dean, and I think that would have been fun to watch.
For sure. For sure. So are you going to defend your Beetlejuice? Or are you just
No,
gonna... would you like to keep your character for the next round?
no,
Okay.
because I'm gonna lose again.
Who would you like to replace your character with?
Arthur from Merlin.
Okay.
Oh, cute.
He's my fave.
Tish, would you like to keep your character or swap for
I'm gonna change it and go with. I had someone in mind, but then I was like, wait, no, I'm scared to use him. He's too violent. Let's go with Caroline Forbes.
Nice. But you absolutely should go for the violent characters.
Well, I'm worried because it says would kiss the killer, and I'm worried that I might lose if I pick him in the next one.
That's fair. That's fair. Caroline Forbes.
Oh.
Olivia?
I feel like I should just change to the other Prince Ali now, based on everyone's comments.
All right. Oh, definitely felt that wrong. Okay. I feel like you've hurt yourself more than you realise, Tish, because the next one is even after finding out they're the killer.
Oh, Caroline for sure. I'm sorry, Caroline was. I'm so sorry, Tish, but yeah, no, there's no arguments against that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be fair, I was gonna pick Klaus, and I feel like he wouldn't care either. So,
I really love Pixie's comment of Buffy would definitely kiss the killer. I love my girl, but her taste in men is. Yeah. So yeah, Arthur, Caroline, or Aladdin. To be fair, I could also imagine Arthur kissing a villain, depending on who the villain is.
He would do it without knowing though, and he wouldn't.
So this is they found out that they're the killer.
You
and
know,
still
he
did
wouldn't after that.
I think he'd like.
No, because he gets really butthurt. He finds out.
Yeah,
that someone's.
Yeah, but guys can still kiss even if they're butthurt. That's fine.
No, he just.
I don't think he would. I don't think he would.
you don't even have to make an argument. Caroline's right there.
Tish is like, I've accepted it. It's fine.
She does it. Every person she's with, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
It's almost like finding out their killer. She's more excited, to be honest.
That's fair. So we have 2 for Lizzie that time, 2 for Tish, and 1 for Olivia. So Olivia is currently winning with only 2 points.
Still losing.
Yeah, you're still losing. you're still ahead by quite a bit.
What? How? What?
Well, you're on 5 and Tish is on 3.
Ah, fuck my life. All right.
See, this is what I mean. She's really bad at losing.
I don't like losing. I am a competitive human.
But I only have 4 tabs left. So if we want to play this again, I'm going to need some more prompts from people in the comments. So feel free to drop them and then I will add them as we go.
Yes, and we're almost exactly on the hour, which is perfect for doing our last 30-minute sprint.
Sounds good. Okay, right. Okay. In which case, I'm going to go sit on the chair again and get some feeling back in my legs.
Yeah, I stood up for a bit and read standing up just to like move.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to. I think I'm going to have to move around.
Yeah, me too.
You should feed the cat. Cool. Right. See you in half an hour then.
Happy reading. And that is the end of our last reading sprint for today. How did it go?
I did another 80-ish pages.
Really good.
Not bad.
How did
How about
you do?
you?
I did 33 pages that time.
Nice.
I can tell I'm tired
Mm.
because my brain is like, no.
Yeah, I did about 30 pages too. That's how I know you're tired.
I was not tracking. I forgot to track in the beginning, but I'm 50 pages from the end, so I'm almost finished.
Almost there.
Almost done. That's cool.
Yep.
I still have a good 500 pages left, but I feel like I could probably finish it. I'm doing about 80 pages every 30 minutes. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. You can do it. One last Gothtober book.
Yep.
It'd be a big one as well.
Yes.
Chunky.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
Well, that doesn't.
I can't remember what book it is that you decided to hold. Oh, it's The Book Thief, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, shall we finish off with the last round?
Let's see where we're at. Okay. Oh yeah, you were losing. Okay, cool. Right. Come on then, Lizzie. Give me a character.
Kaladin from Way of Kings.
Okay. Just put in Cal. Don't know how to spell your name. Tish?
I'm going to do Agent Hotchner from Criminal Minds.
AKA the sexiest.
Yes.
Cool. And Olivia?
I'm going to go with the main character from Midsommar. I don't know what her name is, but her.
Let's have a look. Let's Google because I can't remember either, and I'm going to end up just writing Florence.
Just go with Florence. We can call her Florence.
Is it Danny?
Yeah, it might be, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, Danny. That's the name. Okay. So the prompt is: would survive alone in the woods. Well, Hotchner would for sure. For sure would survive. But more or less than Danny or Cal. I'll leave that down to you guys.
Well, Kaladin is he has to survive through a lot of stuff in Way of Kings, through storms and stuff. But I don't know if woods is his thing because they're in desert. I feel like woods might completely throw him off.
I'm not sure how well Hotch would do in the woods. I mean, I feel like he would do okay, but he's not trained in that kind of stuff.
Danny wouldn't survive. She's clearly reliant on other people.
So we're saying that none of them, none of them would survive the woods. Even I could survive the woods. It's not like a deep forest. It's not a jungle. It's the woods.
I just feel like my character, he's very desert based, and there's no, from where I am in the series of Way of Kings, and I don't see any proof that he would survive in the woods.
But I think if you can survive in a desert, then you can definitely survive in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not discounting that. I'm just saying there's no evidence at the moment of where I am.
Well, there's no evidence that he couldn't.
No, for sure. Give me the fucking point. It's fine. I know you want to.
She's so angry.
No, I'm tired.
I'll tell you what, she's going to be an absolute menace tomorrow. Don't feel that you have to jump on my reading sprints straight away, which I also realised during that sprint, I have not set up yet, so I need to set up the link for that one.
We get 1 extra hour of sleep. 1.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's
does the
fair.
clock go forward?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my god, I did not know that.
I was thinking it's good that they changed at 2 a.m. instead of at midnight, because if they changed at midnight, it'd be really trippy for this live show.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we finished. Oh wait.
Still got another hour.
Yeah. So it ends tomorrow at 2 a.m.
Nice. Remember to change the clock.
Yeah, that's true. We've got a clock in the living room that's really loud and is weirdly like 5 minutes slow, even though we keep updating it. Like it dropped back down. So yeah, we're going to need to change the clock. How retro of us.
Weird. Wild.
Cool. Right, Lizzie, you got the point? Give me a character.
Oh no. The Terminator.
Nice. You big nerd.
I've never seen it. No, I've seen one film because my dad made me.
Because he made you. Tish?
Iron Man.
Nice.
Oh, I'm liking the theme.
Metal men. Have you got any other metal men for us, Olivia?
Just go for a Cyberman from Doctor Who.
Nice. Cyberman. Okay.
Which metal man is the best?
Jesus Christ. And the prompt is goes missing within 15 minutes of going out.
Well, the Cyberman's not going to go missing because in 15 minutes he'll have taken like 10 steps.
Yeah. I feel like this is going to go to Iron Man, who absolutely would go missing within 15 minutes.
Well,
Like in his Iron Man stuff, because I feel like Iron Man wouldn't. Tony, however, would.
Yeah, but
then what makes it Iron Man? Is it just the suit, or is it Tony in the suit?
It's not the suit, because obviously there's a couple of other people that get cool metal suits. And he does that whole thing where he's like, I'm Iron Man. So they're one and the same. I feel like, I mean, and he also has, I can't remember which film it is, if it's the second one or the third one, where he gets like really, really drunk in his suit and like rocks up to the party as Iron Man.
Yes.
I feel like he is absolutely the kind to go missing within 15 minutes. But it's not that he's actually like missing. Like he has tracking software. He's just turned it off.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Terminator, I don't feel like he's going out.
No.
You know, let alone going out and then going missing.
He's not going anywhere where he could go missing for 15 minutes, you know?
No, that's not happening. And yeah, Cybermen again. I can't really see them going out to go missing.
And they are far too slow. Olivia is
Yeah.
completely they'd have gone
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah, that one's going to Iron Man, I'm afraid. So Tish, can I have a character, please?
I need to think on it so someone else can pick.
Okay, Olivia.
I'll go with L from Death Note.
Okay. Lizzie?
Anakin Skywalker.
Squire Walker.
Skywalker.
Oh.
Tish.
I'm having a hard time.
Who was the violent one you were thinking of earlier? Was it Klaus?
Yes.
Should we go with Klaus?
No, because I feel like that's going to get me in trouble.
Caroline Forbes got you in trouble.
Exactly.
Like,
But I said either way because I know Klaus, if he found out that they were a killer, he'd be like, "Cool, we can kill together." So would have been screwed either way. Let's go with Maleficent.
Nice.
Another fantastic lineup, I've got to say.
Maleficent, Anakin, and Elle. Nice. Would be shocked by every villainous reveal.
I'm so glad I didn't put Luke down because I would have been screwed.
Yeah, you really would have. Like, Luke would have been like, "Oh my god, it's you!" That's the one I'm going for here. It's like, yeah, like, you guys seen the episode of like Wallace and Gromit where the penguin puts the thing on his head
He's the chicken,
and
yeah.
he's the chicken? Oh, okay, right. I need to send you a clip. But basically, there's like the reveal bit, and Wallace goes, "Oh, it's you!" Like it's a real shock because they literally like.
He just has a rubber glove on his head.
Yeah.
Like it's nothing too
Oh,
fancy.
it's classic
great.
British
It's so
comedy. It's classic British comedy. but it's just that it's you kills me every time.
Well, I think Elle is completely out of this because Elle
Yeah.
doesn't have any emotion. Like, he is so like, wow, shocking. I didn't
Yeah.
totally guess that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
vibe.
I
Yeah.
don't think Maleficent would be either. She'd probably call it before they even revealed.
Yeah, although to be fair, she does fake shocked very well when she's like, me? Am I the drama? Like,
Me?
I don't think I'm the drama.
I don't think I'm the villain. Although your name is literally Maleficent, so kind of, yeah.
I feel like it has to go to Anakin because he is such a fucking dramatic little bitch, isn't he? Like when he's fighting Obi-Wan and he's like, "No, you are my friend," you know, like all that stuff.
Oh, see, you say Anakin and you think of older Anakin.
Yeah.
I hear small child.
Oh no! See, I'm thinking of
Sexy Anakin.
sexy Anakin. Yeah.
Hates sand, wears a lot of leather.
Yeah, that Anakin.
Yeah, that's fair. Because like baby Anakin would absolutely be shocked by every reveal. You, like, and then woo a lot, you know.
I feel like Anakin can take the point. It's fine.
Okay, you're now on 7.
Woo!
and
I'm
there's
losing.
one more round.
I have lost.
You have lost, so you can choose your next character first.
Oh no. La, la, la. Let's finish off strong with Gaston.
Nice. Gaston. Tish.
The Scarlet Witch.
Is that from Marvel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Olivia?
I will go with Raven from That's So Raven.
Another fantastic lineup.
Iconic. Okay. And the last one is not the last one because apparently I didn't update it. Excellent. I can't remember what that last one was going to be. It's just the same one again. I don't know if anyone put any in the
In
thing.
the chat. If you have a concept for us to do, please put one in the chat because we need one more.
One more.
With those characters in mind.
With
too,
those
that'd be
characters
great.
in mind, yeah. Because I thought I'd updated it, but apparently I did not. Well, what's something that only a final girl would do? That's the question. Or a classic final girl trope.
Kill the killer. Kill the killer.
Kill the killer, yeah. I mean, Gaston's out.
He tried though. Like,
He did his
tried
best.
his best. He
He
did
did
his
his
bestest.
best.
And then he stood on a ledge that was just, you know, not for standing on.
Well, in the animated one, he literally just fell backwards. It wasn't even the
Getting
ledge.
thwarted by your own balance. That's embarrassing, isn't it?
Well, he is a bit top heavy, isn't he? To be fair.
He is.
Kill the killer, Raven. She's not really killer material, is she?
She's not a
No.
killer. No. Scarlet Witch is though.
I feel like Raven would be enough to destroy them mentally though, and like that's what.
No, she'd come at them with a "you're nasty," and
Yeah.
that'll be it. That's the extent of her weaponry. Although to be fair, I love that episode where she like basically tarred and feathered that woman that had been bullying her for ages.
That's
I
true.
love that show.
Savage.
Would most likely wear drag to get out of a bad situation. Interesting.
That would be
Yeah.
Raven.
In which case, Raven, yeah. For sure.
I feel like
She
Gaston
loves
would be a heavy
that.
second. Because he was played by, what's his face? Luke.
Luke Evans.
Mhm.
Yes.
He would absolutely wear drag for sure.
I think Luke Evans would, but I don't think Gaston would because it might be too. It might be too.
Emasculating.
Yeah, he's quite sensitive about his.
I
He has to double
know.
down on how manly he is. Like
You say that, but like LeFou is all up in his business, and although he tells him to stop, at no point is he like homophobic about it. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel
That's
like he
true.
would.
I mean,
like-
and I think he would if it meant that he was going to survive.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think he would if it meant Belle would fancy him.
I don't know if he would do it for a woman. But I
He,
feel like he would do it
he'd
for
do
survival.
next to anything for Belle though, and
Oh,
including
except to
Luke.
be a decent human being,
Yeah.
so I doubt so.
He's a bad person though.
He won't even read a book unless it's got pictures in it.
Yeah, because
He's not going to do anything.
Hey, stop being mean about people who can't read, Hannah.
Look,
That's
no,
really
LeFou
discriminatory.
is the one that's illiterate. I
No,
just realised
LeFou
that I'm
can't
illiterate and I've
spell.
never had to spell it out loud before. Such a good line.
It's a great one. But I think Scarlet Witch would be the one that would kill the killer
Yeah.
because she's the most
Although weirdly, the one that I least would suspect to wear drag.
her whole
I feel like she wouldn't know what that is for
Mm.
some reason.
No, I feel like
She comes off a bit sheltered.
Yeah.
A bit.
She's cosplay, but I don't think she'd drag. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. She imprisoned a whole town back in way back when. Drag is not on the menu.
No. Drag is not on the
Meat's
menu.
back on the menu, boys. That's all I can think about.
We've reached that level of tired where we're hysterical.
It was the Shrek thing, okay? That's when it
The
started
Shrek
going.
thing got me. Well and truly got me. We're sat having a philosophical conversation about a giant green man. Amazing.
A fictional one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, how did we do?
Well, Olivia, you smashed it, coming away with exactly 2 points.
Whoa! Wow.
Tish, a close second with 4.
Same.
And Lizzie steamrolled ahead with 7 points.
Nice.
Hell yeah. As if only the game was to gain points. Oh, I just pick the best final girl characters, apparently.
You picked a great array, to be fair. You just really suck at defending your characters. Look how sad the expression is. Just like,
Oh, sorry.
just kick me. That's fine.
That's what you deserve.
It is. It is what I deserve. After I
Well.
brought you a hot chocolate in the pillow fort that I made.
It's your choice to not sit in it.
So, what are your plans for tomorrow, guys?
Comic Con, another brunch,
And look at you with your exciting plans. Comic Con and brunch. Love that.
and then hopping onto your sprints in the evening.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that.
I think I'll probably go work in the morning and then maybe try and catch the sprint because it'll be around that time.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I will be sprinting all day. I might start at 10 though, instead of 9:30, because I think that half an hour will make all the difference.
Mm.
Because I need to finish some goddamn books.
Yeah.
I'm currently reading 4. Although to be fair, if I do House of Hollow tomorrow, I've only got 200 pages left of this. So I think I will be able to do that pretty quickly.
Mhm.
And then I can maybe read some graphic novels, treat myself.
Yeah, I've got one more book that I want to try and finish. It'll knock off the rest of my prompts. So
Yeah, I need to update the Instagram stories that you made. Put my prompts on my Instagram story.
I need to do
Yeah.
that too.
Go for it. I think I'm going to just try and finish Women Eating tomorrow, and maybe one of us is lying. I feel like I have less than 100 pages. And then see if I can just like double up. I think if I doubled up, I could maybe finish summer camp prompts, but not without doubling up because I've done like 2.
No, that's fair. You're allowed to double up. That's fair. That's fair.
I made
and
all of mine stretch across Vampathon and what I had left for Gothtober.
Nice.
Good coordination.
Well, the
And I
upside
did my.
is- Go on.
I was going to say I did my Gothic Mansion prompts though, so those are done.
That's good. I've not done all of those. I did more of the prompts this year though than I did last year. Last year I read loads of Gothic books and then realized they didn't hit any of the prompts. It was just like I had like a TBR for Gothtober and I had because I think at the time I had brought out Racing Stacks. I think Racing Stacks had just started, or it was like the last month where I was doing my TBR cards and just didn't do any of the prompts last year. Really good work, Hannah. Whereas this year I have, but I just can't remember which ones I've ticked off and which ones I haven't. I think I've managed half of the prompts.
That's still pretty good.
But as we've always said, you don't have to read anything for Gothtober. Just rock up.
Exactly. Is anybody dressing up or make-upping up?
Maybe.
No, I'm not. Because last year I did. I went really hard last year. And then I rocked up to the final thing and I was the only one in face paint and I felt really silly.
It was
Oh
amazing.
no.
You took your glasses off and it was.
It looks so weird without the sunglasses.
Without the sunglasses, it just looked. I don't even know how to explain it.
Yeah, bizarre. But that live show is still on my channel if anyone wants to go and look and see how terrible that makeup was.
It wasn't terrible. It was a great effort. It was just unfortunate because no one else did.
Was I Miss Danvers?
I think that might have been the year before, but it might have been last year.
No, yeah, maybe it's the year before. Oh my gosh, the
think it
years
was
go
the year
by so
before.
fast.
I think it was the year before because the first year I was reading Rebecca and I had Cara and I can't remember the person's name, but we were reading Rebecca because it was the first time I'd read Rebecca. So I think that was the year you did that.
Yeah, that was the year before because that was when
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, you're reading my favorite book and my obsession. The film came out as well.
Yeah, which is why they were reading it because they were doing like a little Rebecca read along. Speaking of which, you need to read The Lost Ones by Anita Frank because that is very Rebecca-esque and I really enjoyed it. It's like a proper ghost story though, but it reads like Rebecca. Really enjoyed it. Finished that like a week ago. Doesn't fit any of the Gothtober prompts, but I'm going to try really hard to squeeze it in.
You can do it. I feel like that's why I like Mexican Gothic a lot as well. Very Rebecca-like.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah. What are your plans?
Sleep, play out. I suppose I should, read. I've got to finish this book by tomorrow.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
And I'm 45% of the way through.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Pretty good progress.
That is the one thing, like, obviously, usually we do the start to finish sprints until I finish a book, whereas tomorrow we've got a book club at like 7:30. So we'll be skedaddling around then.
So maybe I won't make sprints if I don't know if I'll make sprints. I don't know how long I'm staying at this thing for.
No, that's fair. Well, don't worry too much because I feel like this is a great way to like end Gothtober anyway.
With us all like really tired and just like
cozy, surrounded by fairy lights with hot drinks and stuff.
Yeah, no, I feel like Gothtober went very well this year. I hope everybody had fun.
Yeah, I can't wait for in 11 months' time for me to get super stressed and for me to go, was I like this last year? And for Olivia to go, yeah.
I can't wait for like next week when Hannah's like, I have an idea for the next read.
I don't think I even waited a week last year. I think I literally texted you guys like on the 1st of November being like, great Gothtober, guys. I know what I'm doing for next year. Because I'm intense. To be fair, I've got a couple of ideas and I'm definitely going to be like, what would you prefer? Because I'm getting better. Like, I feel like this year was the best for me not being a control freak. Like, I totally like took a step back. There were like events that I didn't even show up to. That's personal growth.
That is a good measure of personal growth, but you've always been fine, Hannah.
Yeah.
No. I feel like I'm just existing for the next 6 minutes, guys.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
What do we talk about for 6 minutes?
I came back so late
crazy
last.
to see you guys so tired because it's like 6, so I'm about to go like make dinner.
What's for dinner?
I honestly don't know. I don't even know what I want.
We bought we went to, like I said to you earlier, we went to the shop and like bought loads of bits. So we bought like we went to like this food store where they've got like loads of branded stuff but much cheaper. So we bought like yo sushi, bao buns and gyozas and stuff like that go in the freezer. We bought potato skins that we had earlier. We bought like chicken dippers. We bought like so much stuff. We had one potato skin and then we were like, we're done. We're done. We've had enough now. And then just ate sugar. Yeah. No regrets. It saw me through. It kept me awake. It hasn't worked for you as well, has it?
No, but I'm normally like asleep.
It's so funny because Lizzie is not a morning person. So usually I start flagging at like 8-9 o'clock and I'm like, I'm just trying to stay awake until 10 because if I go to bed earlier than that, I wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
That's when Lizzie comes alive. That's when Lizzie's like ready for life. So the fact that you're this sleepy is very amusing to me because you're literally just staring into the void and you don't have to be here. You could go to bed
all the time. Yeah, but I'm not going to go to bed like 5 minutes before the end of the live show. That feels redundant. Like I've been here.
No, I'm just saying, but for the last half hour, you could have absolutely gone to
I
bed.
know I could have done, but I am nothing but.
She is a final girl.
She's a final girl. She's made it to the end. Good for you, love.
I am the thorn in your side. I am always here.
You are always here. Can't
Also,
escape.
this is so comfy. Like in that last sprint, I could have conceivably fallen asleep.
Mm. So it's a dog bed that I have for sitting. We don't have a dog, but I have a dog bed because I bought it from TK Maxx and it's really nice and it's velvety. It's lovely. There's no way I would let a dog sit on this cushion. It's so nice. But I like to sit on the floor.
Yeah.
So I bought it so that I could sit on the floor, and then on top of it is all of my pillows except for one.
I've got two.
And then on your side. I'm talking about my side. And then like a pillow from Sainsbury's that I've bought, and then on Lizzie's side, which is what I was getting to, is Lizzie's cushions, etc. So it's just all squish.
I wanted to get one too. Like I really wanted to get a dog bed because like regular like sitting pillows are an outrageously large amount of money. Yeah. I was like, why is a pillow like $65?
Right. This was $25 from TK Maxx.
And it's more comfy and you can move it around.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's blue velvet with like a gold celestial vibe to it, which we love. Nice. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Picasso.
Yeah, that's what I do. Because I will I meditate on the floor quite a bit and it hurts sometimes.
Mm.
It hurts in my old age.
It's earlier when I got up, Lizzie went, "That was so graceful. I forgot for a second that you're 30 years old."
It wasn't the act of getting up. It was all the stretches and the.
I was limbering up afterwards.
And the hip thrusting. And it was like one of those moments where I'm like, oh my God, like that is what people do when they're not like children anymore. Like I do it too. Like it was also like, oh my God.
I'm literally sat here like stretching out one leg and then the other and just kind of like rolling my hips every now and then. Because I like sitting on the floor, but I don't think I've ever sat on the floor for 5 hours before.
I end up sitting on the floor a lot, like kids' church and like working with kids, and you just end up sitting on the floor with them. I don't know how people cross their legs for so long.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
My dad gets really worried about it. He really doesn't like me sat with his legs crossed because he's got a client. So my dad's an accountant, and he's got a client who's a funeral director, and he was in the guy's office working with him when he got a call about a woman who was like 25 years old who had basically, because she sat cross-legged so often, she'd created a blood clot in her leg that then traveled to her heart and killed her. Like literally, like nothing wrong with her except this thing, and she died really suddenly. And because my dad was in the office and this guy got the call about her funeral, he's always been like, stop sitting with your legs crossed, like stop sitting on the floor. And I'm just like, but dad, it's comfy. Like, please let me live my life.
Yeah. Well, now I will never be sitting with my legs crossed. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry for traumatizing you.
I think I read a news article about someone who sneezed enough times in succession that they had a brain aneurysm. And since then, if I sneeze more than like 2 to 3 times, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is it.
To be fair, there are so many times when like I'll wake up and just something will hurt and I'll be like, this is it. This is how I die. Yeah. And I've no idea what it is. I'm just like, this is it. This is how we go.
That's how I feel if I go to bed with like a bad headache. I'm like, I'm probably not going to wake up in the morning, am I? You know, it's fine.
I'm glad that all of us are such like, oh, this is it.
I'm not enjoying waking up tomorrow morning and my body going, you sat on the floor all evening, so I'm going to make you hurt.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that.
Can't wait. To be fair, no, we'll be all right. We walked a bit today though, so. Face.
Mentioning exercise. Ugh.
Well, we were going to join the gym, but we can't afford to now, so that's our excuse.
That's the best excuse I've ever heard. We were going to, but we can't afford it.
Can't afford it. It's like £20 a month. Can't afford it.
That's on the economy.
My options are StreamYard or the gym. Soz, guys. I've gone with StreamYard.
Speaking of StreamYard, it has said we have hit midnight. at
Yay!
We did it.
We did it. We did it.
Congratulations.
I don't really know what to do anymore.
That's fair. I think let's say goodnight. If people haven't bought a Gothtober hoodie yet, do, because I'm picking up some more this week because I've got to send those out to people. And as Lizzie will attest, they are very, very comfy.
They
I'm
are
so
really
excited.
comfy. This is the one time I'm not wearing mine. 'cause
Yeah,
it needs to
Yeah, I
be
was gonna
washed.
say, I'm so excited to wear
Literally.
nothing else.
It's
Oh.
literally because it needs washing.
Well, more than that, but like
The way you said that, like, I'm gonna be wearing
no other hoodie for a while.
It's like, I didn't know you were setting up an OnlyFans. How exciting! I jest. No, that's cool.
It's
That's
tempting. They do make a lot of money. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I see them on TikTok and I'm just like,
Yeah.
fair, not
Yeah.
fair.
But yeah. Thanks for hosting, Olivia. It's been really fun.
Yeah, I had a good time.
I mean, thanks for co-hosting all of the room sections. And thanks for
Thanks
being
for not letting
here
me shut up.
too. And yeah, be over on Hannah's channel tomorrow for start to finish Friends. And with that, we'll say good night.